adventures in Dundras. Our intrepid band of heroes, Talos, the Dragonborn Paladin, Dain, the Dwarven Paladin, Milo, the Halfling Rogue, and Dallen, the gunslinging Sorcerer Dragonborn, had just finished a face-off. The party of Orcs that bore the ancestral armor of Dain Blackspire. As Dain worked to deal with them to ensure that no more bloodshed would occur, a truce was struck. The explorer Orcs explained to Dain exactly what had happened to them. From accidentally killing the Blackspire leader to fleeing aboard on pirate ships, eventually splitting apart, with the Warhammer now residing with Ugluk, his father, Ugluk's father, Blackwolf. Ugluk was not sure if he still remained alive, and it had been many years since he'd last seen him. Meanwhile, Ugluk had taken the armor with him as well as the rest of the band of wolves that did not want to be pirates ashore, where eventually they were ambushed by a red dragon. After a series of misadventures, the remaining orcs had ended up at Grannies' hut, where they had to serve her until recently. The orcs had recently, after scouting around the area, located a cave while they were scouting. And it was in there that they refound the armor and conducted their plot to sell it in order to get enough gold that they could perhaps buy their freedom back from Granny and be on their way to live out the remainder of their days. But when things did not go right, they were petrified. And now, here they are. They handed a map to the party as thanks for not killing them, telling them where this cave was located, indicating to them that they had not quite explored deep enough, but that perhaps there might be some more treasures within. After a night of rest and exploration of the remains of the hag's house, the party took a look at the map and made their way to a clearing out to the north, where eventually they found the cave. They had a weird feeling of deja vu as they entered and explored the cave within. Most of the passages were sealed off by rockslides and collapsed halls, but eventually they made their way to a large group of bodies of Kobolds, Dragonkin, and the Minotaur. The longer they stayed, the more they felt a familiarity until it all clicked eventually. Long ago, Dain and Milo had come here, searching for the relics that Dain was searching for, as well as an artifact that Milo was searching for. And when they had disappeared here, Dallen had come searching for them, as he was told to seek them in order for aid on his quest. As the party realized what all had happened and realized that they were far stronger back then than they were now, memories unlocked, and their former strength was restored. As the party explored the rest of the cave and realized that they were in the lair of Thanatos' mate and how everything began to make sense, they took what they could and left, standing at the precipice of the cave to the outside world, thinking hard about all they had gone through. What will they do next? Where will they go? Find out on this exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras. But first, let us meet up and speak with our intrepid heroes and players, and see how they are doing this week.
Like, I actually don't know what I'd do with myself, honestly, because I wouldn't quit work because I like one, I need to keep myself busy, and two, I need that income.
You need that sweet, sweet cash money.
Yeah. We were talking about like when I take my trip to Vegas in November, as we're planning on at least going to the strip at least once, and if I'm like, just imagine though if I actually went and won a stupid number of money, like the one that makes you gag the moment you see, or faint the moment you see it.
That never happens.
Yeah. It has occasionally. It's happened enough times. Granted, when it has happened, like when it does happen, a lot of the times the casino tries to be like, "Oh, are you counting cards?" I'm like, really? because the thing is, they can bar you from continuing to play, but they can't take your winnings from you. That's one of the things that, because somebody sued successfully in Supreme Court, and they were like, no. Because on a technicality, the casinos aren't losing anything because they are allowed to print their own money and their own cash every hour. Like every hour, they are allowed to print $500,000 worth of their own money. Yep, and it's also like the bigger the bank, the more money they're allowed to. If it's like a local, it's like a small mom and pop casino, it's obviously different. They're more like the penny slots, but if it's like the big casinos, like the Jade Palace, the Emperor's Palace, whatever the big one down there, the Pharaoh and all that,
Caesar's Palace.
Yeah, Caesar's Palace and all that.
The Flamingo.
Yeah. Didn't they change the Flamingo again?
It was still the Flamingo when I went there last year.
I mean, they changed one of the designs or something about it. One of the big ones, they changed something. It was like, I think something, it was either exterior or interior. Something got changed.
I know I'm forgetting what it's called now. That big famous fountain in Vegas.
Yeah.
That one they tore down last year for F1.
Yeah.
I think they've put it back up. I just can't remember what hotel it's in front of.
Oh, by the way, my spell on my sheet for Roll20, it's not showing my 4th level spells. It shows I have a spot for them, but it's not showing my 4th level spells. Yeah, I'm pushing the plus sign and nothing's happening.
I had to reload my Roll20 because it was bugging out for me.
Well, I did that too, and I even fully logged out and logged back in.
What spell were you trying to put in?
Let me look at the two 4th level spells that I already... Well, because I have my, like, obviously the ones that are, like, become 4th level, that you can use it for them, but these are the ones I gained at 4th level were freedom... obviously that one's, obviously, it's the freedom movement, that's always... Like, I have the freedom movement, Guardian of Faith, and Staggering Smite.
Staggering Smite. I don't have that in my companion.
Yeah, Staggering Smite is... The next time you hit a creature with a melee attack during this spell's duration, your weapon pierces both body and mind, and the attack deals an additional 4d6 psychic damage to the target. The target must make a wisdom saving throw. On a fail, it has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks, and can't take reactions until the end of the next turn.
I've added freedom movement and Guardian of Faith to your spell list here.
Yep, I see him.
Did you have Spirit Guardians at some point as well, or no?
Spirit Guardians, I don't think so. Let me check. And spells.
So we probably need to go over like your total spells as well, because you seem to have a lot of spells here.
I have a lot but I have to choose which ones I need prepared or not.
Okay. So yeah, you'll have to like click on like the red circles to show which one you have prepared, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I'm currently doing right now. Let's see.
Anyone else having some character sheet issues? I know we've leveled up a couple times.
I think I'm good on my end.
So for Dragonborn, I did go into your breath weapon attacks, and I did adjust accordingly as they get to max power at level 16.
Well, done, I bet.
So, at least, so we've heard how you're doing. How about the rest of you? Aaron, how you doing?
Surprisingly, this week was actually pretty good. Tuesday found out that I'm not going to be working by myself on Tuesdays anymore, thankfully.
Hey.
Hey, good for you, man.
And on Wednesday, I was told to go sit on the fuel dock and fuel all day, and watch both my manager and the other person that had been trying, using that term very loosely there, helping, or trying to help, and watch both of them struggle to do my job
Oh,
for the entire day. But hey, I gotta sit on the fuel dock, fuel boats, so not my issue. So, hopefully they'll realize that, yeah, I need an extra body to help.
I have a surprisingly similar thing, but I'll wait till my turn. Well, how about you, Ryan? How are you doing?
been having a bit of a rough week. Yes. My assistant manager is pretty much on a power trip currently, and has been throwing a lot of man-child energy at everyone. Apparently, I'm the worst he's throwing it at.
That's rough.
Yeah. That's the worst part of my week so far.
Sorry to hear that, man.
I guess it is what it is. I hope that I can find another job to get the hell out.
That'd be nice. I wish you luck on that.
I appreciate it. I need it.
What about you, Dane? How
I've been doing alright. Just work and house hunting mostly. That's why I wasn't here on Sunday.
are you? I mean, yeah. Missed out on a heck of a Sea of Thieves game.
Ooh, very nice.
We got together on a galleon and met a very nice individual on a sloop and sailed off together to adventure.
Very nice. It's always good when you can find common ground in that game, because I know from my past experience, it was always you get into a ship, you finally get out of port, and then somebody comes over and just twats you back into the port.
Yeah. We had, well, essentially we made an alliance with these two, as they kind of helped us out with the Kraken. And then there was another sloop that we were coming up on, and there was the two of us and one of them, and we were trying to see if they wanted to join an alliance, and then they decided they wanted to charge us and fire their cannons, and so we sunk them really quickly. We didn't.
So,
It was an interesting.
so for a moment you guys became Saruman. So you have chosen death.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was a good time, though. I'll have to do it again someday.
I gotta see if mine's still installed. I think it is, but
By the way, on my just heads up on that there's a couple spells here that are automatic. That are always, that are always obviously prepared. So I don't have to highlight those, do I?
Go ahead, just so we can just see that they are.
Just double checking.
As a general reminder, let's see, for paladins, you are able to prepare. Let's see, how many spells was it?
First of all,
at least on mine, 9 spells.
Let's see. Here it is. Choose a number of paladin spells equal to charisma modifier plus half your paladin level, rounded down. So that's how many you have available. So being at 16, that is at least 8 spells that you can have prepared, and then plus your charisma modifier, which for you, Talos, would be 2.
yes. Sorry, I clicked the wrong thing.
Here's 2.
And then that'd be 10 spells that you could prepare, Talos, and for you, Dane, that would be 9.
Yeah. So there is a between was it the what is it? I'm blanking on what it is now.
Which,
Like the Knightly Order and stuff like that. I have 17 spells in total.
good lord.
Most of it is just like the compelled dawn, the detect magic and stuff like that.
Yeah. No, you don't not showing a whole lot of spells in your roll 20. I'm only counting like 8 right now.
Yeah, I'll get around to fiddling around with them at some point.
And just let me know if you need help with it. Always happy to assist.
Oh yes.
Roll 2 spells.
Same with Dallen. I wonder if you need some more spells. Let me take a look at Sorcerer real quick.
Yeah, I mean, I forgot to add my stuff to it, so I might have to try and do that later this week.
Because as a sorcerer, you get a number of spells. Let's see, you're 10th level there, so you have 6 cantrips that you can know. God damn. And you can know 11 different spells. And currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm only seeing 5 spells in your character sheet right now. So you have 6
Yes,
spells that you can fill up.
Definitely need to add the spells I have on Beyond 20. Beyond D&D. D&D Beyond, yes.
Not to mention, you're only got 4 cantrips in roll 20 as well. So
Oh shit, yeah. I haven't been on top of that. I need to do that. I apologize.
you're good. You're good. You take some time whenever to just kind of fill it up. I
Yeah.
mean, after all, you're just denying yourself further tools at your disposal.
I mean, add the stuff on D&D Beyond.
Yeah, right now. I'm just gonna highlight the ones that I need to make sure. The ones that are always on. I'm not for now. I'm not gonna
Yeah, that's fine.
tag in there just so I can do while I'm doing this real quick.
And then, Aaron, I think you're probably pretty good.
So you
I
said
don't
10,
have
right?
spells, so I should be.
Let's see.
Yeah, you said 10 spells I could select,
Yes,
right?
So you got 10 total spells that you can prepare.
7, 8, 9. Wait, sure.
There we go. Okay.
2.
Your sneak attack should be. Where is that? Yep, that's still good. Yep, okay. I believe you should be good. Ryan, what are you doing?
What do you mean?
I just got a notification that someone's on Helldivers 2.
No, you didn't. I'll get off of it.
Democracy never sleeps.
It's just the I'll get off of it.
Eventually.
Like, come on, we're about to play D&D here.
Sounds like Ryan just got caught with his iPod at night while he's trying to sleep.
Just like
Anyway, I guess I did say I was saving it for a little into my turn. So, this week, after our game on C&D, so, as you're heading to bed later that night, I got a text from the new logistics lead that's been there. I've been training her for the last week since she got in. And she messaged me saying, hey, so, it's not working out. I really appreciate everything you're doing, which is why I'm telling you this, but I'm not coming to work anymore. I was like, So, I had to text the director real quick, because I figured if she told me this, there's a high chance that she didn't tell the actual director, the one person that needs to know. And he informed me that no, she did not contact him about that, and that he himself would actually join me in the morning for truck. Much to my surprise.
Yay!
Very nice.
So, in the morning, he came and he joined me there, which was necessary because I'm not allowed to go into the store by myself. I have to have at least one other person there. And at that point, since she was gone, there was no one else left on the logistics team. There's no other truck people. So, it would have literally just been me there for like the next 2 hours, just sitting outside. So the director joined me there. We kind of got going and whatnot, and well, as we were finishing straightening things up, he's like, "So every Monday morning, is this? Do you do this? Do you just clean?" I was like, "Yeah." The weekend crew, they always leave a major mess back here in the receiving area, so we have to clean it up first in order to ensure we get the product out safely and efficiently. And he would be like, "Yeah, I'm gonna have a talk with a few people about this. We're gonna see about if we can't get this fixed." I'm like, "Ah, thank you." Not like I mentioned it the last like 10 times. And so we got to going on the truck and whatnot, and everything, is rolling very slowly because there's only 2 of us, when normally a job like this requires at least 5 to 7. And about halfway through, he looks at me and goes, "So, crazy thought, how much exactly are you making right now?" And I looked at him and was like, "Well, let me double check. Last I knew it was this amount, but maybe," it's just 50 cents more than that last amount, I thought. And I was like, "Ooh, that's not a whole lot." And so he just kind of kept going on a little bit. After another minute or two, he kind of stopped and looked at me. He's like, "So, crazy idea. How would you feel about maybe taking up your old position as the logistics lead and getting $1 raise for it?" And I was like, I would actually be very interested in that. I could always use an extra $1 raise, and, well, I didn't say it out loud at that point, but I was like thinking, I've literally been doing the same exact thing since I dropped. Like, I've changed titles. I have not changed anything that I've been doing in here. And so, essentially, my director, for the first time, got to join me on unloading a truck, and came to fully realize exactly what all I've been dealing with for the last, like year and a half, essentially. And I think he's finally, he got a good understanding about how valuable I am to the company. Because the next couple of days, he's like, "Okay, so I gotta get approval from like the manager of logistics first to see if he wants you back in that position. But until then, I'm just gonna go ahead and bump you up that $1 because like I really appreciate you, the most loyal and hardworking like person I've ever known. So thank you for everything you've done." I was like, "Hey, I'm here to help." My week, it was a lot of extra hard work, but a little more on the hopeful side is I'm probably going to get back to my old position and get an extra $1 raise. So, and according to like someone else, I had to do the math for me. Essentially, since the beginning of this year, and I've done this kind of jumping about and the extra like pay raises, my pay has gone up 15% this year.
Very
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah. But there was, to be like cards on the table, there was one scene that played in my mind. As soon as he started talking and I heard like "take your old job," I was like, I know what's coming. The one scene that played in my mind was from Avengers Endgame when the heroes are approaching Thanos, and he's just sitting there and he looks up at them and is like, "You couldn't live with your own failures." And where did that bring you? Back to me. Because if you all recall, literally, back when they told me they wanted me in a different position, they looked at me and they're like, "You're too nice, and we want someone more aggressive for this position, and we think you'd be better in this other one." And of course, I thought at the time was like, this is not going to go well. But you know what? This is a gamble. It's a win-win for me. I get a pay raise and I get apparently an easier job, or I get that pay raise and eventually they have to come back to me and I get my job back, and I get perhaps negotiate a little higher raise, which is exactly what happened.
Nice.
So everything's kind of played out in my favor, fortunately. Not that my back is appreciating it though.
Oh, of course. I bet.
It gets hard. It gets a little sore when you have to carry an entire store on your back.
Oh, I feel that.
I also feel that.
But yeah, it's essentially kind of how my week is gone.
Yeah, I'm right now, like, for the next 2 or so weeks, I can't have solids. Because I finally got my my surgery done and my dental surgery done. So yay, lovely! I have stitches. The surgery went well. It's just that I can't I have to eat all soft foods. And of course, yesterday my family they invited me out to a seafood boil place, but I can't have anything there.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Lots of mashed potatoes and mac and cheese,
Ooh.
applesauce.
If I can squish it with a spoon, I can eat it.
Yeah, I've had a few like that. I mean, I think I mentioned once that I got a couple of my teeth removed. I remember, right? So I had the same kind of thing where I had to go to only soft food.
Yeah, I think I remember you saying that at some point.
By the way, I'm sending you a private message of like the list of my spells I need to make sure I might roll 20.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I just took a screenshot from my thing.
We'll see about slowly adding that in as we go along. But for the time being, I suppose, is there anything else we all wish to catch up on or talk about?
My vault suit should be coming in next week. Yep. And then all I have to do is wait. Hopefully, before my trip in November, my Pip-Boy will hopefully come in the first week of November.
Very nice, very nice.
Yeah, it's It's the one that's from it's the Pip-Boy that they are making with IGN from the Fallout show.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it works too. It has a fully functioning special and an inventory thingy. It has a working Geiger counter, full working radio stations where it has regular radio, but it also has a specific radio for the Fallout series stations. It has the Capital Wasteland. It has the Mojave Wasteland radio station, and it also has the Commonwealth radio station as well.
How much did you have to pay for that?
Surprisingly, just a little under $200. And that was before of course that's before the scalpers started coming in and grabbing it, because I was able to get early. And I got the first purchase slot, so mine will be the first one sent out.
Wow.
The first group sent out, because I got it before the cutoff date.
Good on you, man. Good job. Glad to hear
Yeah,
that.
right.
It's real cool sounding. I'm kind of jealous.
Yeah, my friend, he was nice enough to see, he has his 3D printer fully set up already. Like I'm waiting for trying to find a new PC so I can run mine. But he printed off a couple, and he shipped. I think he said he'll mail them out in a day or two. But he's printing me a couple of props. He printed me out a holotape and a fusion core that I can put a battery charger in.
That
Pretty
would
cool.
be really cool.
Yeah, and also I found on Amazon. Luckily, it was on sale. They had the Vault Tech lunch boxes. I'm gonna have that on as a thing on my belt for when I go. So it's like as part of the prop thing.
Nice. That sounds very cool, and you should definitely send some pictures.
Oh yeah, I definitely will, because I'll be using it not just for that event, but also I'll be using that as my Vault character for when I do conventions and stuff. Oh, excuse me.
You're excused.
Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
For some reason, the Roll20 compendium that I use to add your spells and whatnot, they don't have
Some of the
anything
spells.
other than Divine Smite.
Wow. Well, I can just make sure that I can. Well, that's why I have my Roll20, my D&D Beyond one open just in case.
I'm manually adding mine.
Yeah, some of them you do have to manually add.
It's not letting me.
Yeah,
It's not letting me add mine manually. I keep pushing the plus button and nothing's happening.
that is odd. I'd have to take a look at the settings, see if maybe it's locked free or something.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose enough time has passed. Y'all are here to play some D&D, right?
Yep.
Oh, yes. Yes, sir.
Alrighty. And without further ado, I suppose we should get into it, shall we? Last time, on the adventures in Dundras, our intrepid band of heroes, Talos, the Dragonborn Paladin, Dain, the Dwarven Paladin, Milo, the Halfling Rogue, and Dallen, the gunsling Sorcerer Dragonborn, were having a standoff with a group of Orcs that bore the armor of Dain's ancestor. As the two groups looked at each other, ready for a fight, Dain, looking to perhaps avoid some more bloodshed, struck up a truce between the two groups and was able to bargain their life for the armor. As the Orcs handed the armor to Dain, they explained to him exactly what had happened, that they were a clan of raiders that lived at the base of the Blackspires. In caves, they would raid the surrounding area as well as explore the caves within Blackspire, the Blackspires themselves. One fateful exploration, of course, into the caves led the Orcs to come across some Blackspire dwarves. And when communication broke down, a fight broke out, to which reinforcements from both sides came. As a big fight between Orcs and Blackspire dwarves occurred. In the end, the leader of the Blackspires, Hoodguard Blackspire, had came to support her clan, only to find herself face to face with the chief of the tribe. At the end of the scuffle, Hoodguard was dead, and the chief had taken the armor and the warhammer as prizes. But when the rest of the tribe realized what they had done, and knew and saw that what the armor meant, they knew that they could not remain any longer, and persuaded the chief to take them away from the Blackspires, lest they face the entire wrath of the dwarven army that lay within the Blackspires. Traveling from town to town, eventually the Orcs made it to the sea, where some of them became accustomed to living on sea and sought to live their lives out as pirates, while the rest of them preferred to go back to the old ways. And so, Ugluk, the son of the chief, persuaded his father to allow him to take those that wished to leave off onto the shores of the unknown land, which would later become known as Dundras. And so, taking the heavy armor and allowing his father, who took on the moniker of Black Wolf, claimed the warhammer and used it to make a name for himself as a pirate lord out in the seas. Eventually, the two lost contact with each other and to never speak again, while Ugluk tried to do what he could for his roaming band of raiders, until eventually they were ambushed by a terrifying red dragon, who left all but a couple of orcs from the tribe left, and took the armor with him. Or her, whatever kind of dragon it was. Eventually, down on their luck, the last remaining orcs of this party made it to Granny's hut, where they fell to her deals and schemes and became her servants. Until one day, as they were scouting about, they found a cave, in which, after exploring it, they were able to re-find the armor miraculously, but worried that perhaps a dragon might be nearby or something worse, they did explore the cave further and left. It was then that they came up with a plot to go to Raven's Crest, sell the armor, and then steal it back so that they could make a bargain to Granny for their freedom. But Granny was not pleased with all that they were doing, and upon their return, she told them that they had broken their deal and petrified them all into stone statues. As thanks for not killing them, the Orcs handed the party a map to that very cave that they explored, saying that perhaps there might be more for them there. And so, with this, the party began to explore the hag's hut, finding all sorts of strange magical trinkets and different things that were within. Talos finding himself a strange wand that seemed to have some destructive power to it. Meanwhile, Dallen was able to find the shadow of what remained of perhaps something that once belonged to him that was given up by when Granny took it from essentially his alter ego. In the mind of Dallen, well, he felt relieved and stronger than he ever had before. Fortunately, he knew in the back of his mind there was an evil that had escaped and it was loose somewhere out in the world. Dain managed to find a strange syringe with a worm and some liquid inside, to which, after investigating it, Milo decided to just stick it in his arm and see what happened. Strangely, nothing seemed to happen except for his arm being sore, so Milo disregarded it and figured it was probably just nothing. Eventually, after a rest, the party packed up their gear and they made their way to the north to follow the map, where after making their way through the swamp, they found themselves at a bit of a clearing at the foothills of the mountains. Whereupon, heading in deeper into the hills, they came across a location that began to give all but Talos a weird feeling of deja vu. As the party stepped forward, where they saw the remains of a ruin, what looked to be an old door that had been, knocked off its hinges.
One sec.
You're good. The party entered this strange cave, and more and more as they kept exploring deeper within, they kept getting more feelings of deja vu, as they found strange barrels that were empty, but some that did have a strange liquid inside that smelled heavily of alcohol that was very reminiscent to Dain. And Dallen, as upon exploring a hallway, found a strange torch there that seemed newer but abandoned, as well as some old hanging meat and some other barrels. Eventually, they found their way to a large room where there were many skeletal bodies laying all about. Some appeared to be that of Kobolds, some perhaps of Dragonkin, and one in particular that somewhat alarmed the party but made them quite curious was the singular skeleton of a Minotaur. As things began to click, Dain found a spot that was very dusty, but had a spot of dust that was less so, that seemed to outline the exact shape of the shield that he bore. And Milo found shrapnel of what looked to be splinters of arrows that seemed to be very reminiscent of the bow that he fires. And then, all at once, a rush of memories returned to the party as they realized that long ago, they themselves had been in this cave before, 40 years back, before the goddess had taken them from their time and placed them in Dundras over by Duskwood. As each began to realize what all had happened, remembering what was before, they entered the large doors that they had been denied so long ago, whereupon inside they found the remains of a fearsome battle. Elven arrows and more bodies lay about everywhere, long since skeletized, but in a big clump they found the bones and remains of what seemed to be an ancient red dragon. Upon exploring, they also found a couple nests with the remains of dragon eggs, shattered and smashed long ago. As the party began to realize that this seemed to perhaps be the lair of one ancient red dragon that they believed to have been the mate of Lord Thanatos. Upon more exploring, the party even found a hidden area, which had a bit of collapse already to it, but as they explored further, they saw that it used to be a vault, long since looted, but there remained a little bit of treasure for them. They gathered where they could, then left the cave. Standing at the precipice of the cave and looking out into the swamp and the surrounding area around, the party felt a new sense of strength as the memories continue to come back. They remembered more and more about who they used to be, including that there was so much more that they could do, and they were far stronger at that time. And with these memories unlocked, the full potential of the party was beginning to be reached. As the party stood there together at the precipice, looking out beyond, we return back to our party of intrepid heroes as we turn back to Dundras.
Dun dun.
It's late afternoon as you all stand outside the cave, your heads awash with memories of your old lives, returning as you look around at the ruins before you. Talos, of course, this is all still unfamiliar to you, but you did have your vision from Bahamut as he spoke directly to you, explaining your purpose and what must be done. The rest of you looking at each other with some sense of awe, as Dallen, you had not realized it, but you had found your quarry long, long ago, as you had, of course, originally been sent to find Dain and Milo, though because of your loss of memory, you did not know it when you first saw them. Dain, wearing the armor of Thudgard, you know your quest is halfway complete. There's still the Warhammer to collect, and you have a general idea about where it might be. Whereas Milo, you're still not quite sure what happened to that relic that you came to this cave to find, but more and more of your memories are returning back to you as you're recalling what once was. As you hear a big sigh, as looking up to the sky, right next to you, of course, is Hemlock Domes, as he goes, "Ah, a lovely bit of fresh air, gentlemen. I do say, gentlemen, you have quite the strange sense, look in your eyes there. Almost as if... You know, I didn't think that it was quite a bust in that cave there. We only found a little bit of gold and some bones and whatnot. It was quite interesting, but I dare say it seems as if you lot got a little more out of it than I did."
Yes, they certainly did. Of truth of our purpose, how and why we are here.
Hey, definitely feels like a veil has been lifted and, well, gaps have been filled in.
Oh, well, I suppose that would be quite valuable. I am glad to hear that, gentlemen. Oh dear, hang on, guys. My dog has gotten herself trapped.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Father, help.
You know what else can make that joke? Son of a bitch!
Sorry, I have an old bed next to my side, and the puppy likes to lay on it, and she had gotten herself right up next to the headboard in a way, and, well, there's, obviously a little gap underneath the headboard, and I have it kind of covered up by pillows and whatnot to kind of keep her from doing this, but she happened to be leaning too far into it, and when I looked over, I was like, oh no, you are literally under the board, and if you try to get up, you're going to literally fall behind the bed.
I'm sinking, help!
Not to mention, she got a couple other things on here. Here, I'll share the picture on the Discord for any that wish to see how what happened to her. She managed to get all that crap on her, and then also like she is literally like where she is, she's literally falling off the bed and did not realize it.
Oh gosh. She's like that slow slide.
It's like, I am content with this. I must go.
My time has come.
Anyway, sorry, I just saw that happening. I was like, ah.
So good.
Anyway, so as you'll kind of look at each other, you realize that there was powers within you that had been locked away all this time, and that they have all slowly started to become unlocked for you. Some spells that you once knew and used to use regularly that are returning back to you as you kind of flex your muscles and you feel yourself more whole than you have in a long time. Well then, gentlemen, I must be returning to Raven's Crest, of course, to report findings as well as deliver this hag's head as he pats a bag at his nearby on his side. I would, of course, appreciate your accompaniments back, but I do understand if you do have other business elsewhere.
I think we can accompany. Say a lot.
Hey, I think I'd slip back down to Raven's Crest would work. Plus, I think we've got an old friend down there that I'd like to say hi to if he's there.
Oh, very good. Well then, I suppose I'll follow your lead. And so do you all head out?
Yeah.
All right.
Yup.
The new sense of purpose, you all begin to head back southeast to the swamp.
Heading that way. Back into the squishy.
Yeah, as you leave the foothills of the mountain and you enter the more humid and insect buzzing terrain of the swamp, the small respite that you had makes you go, yep, here we are again. As I would like one of you to roll me a D100.
Here.
As you all continue to make your way to the swamp, make yourself a short distance through through the sweltering of the parts, trying to do your best to keep to the higher elevation, keep your eye out for dangerous things, until eventually I need you all to roll me a perception check.
Perception.
Ooh, very nice. Very interesting.
15.
Ryan, did you roll? There it is. Ooh, wow. Beat out Milo there. Now, I will say that Talos, Milo, and Dallen, you all see this as you all are continuing to make your way forward. You see what looks to be an old, rotten canoe lying upside down near one of the edges of the swamp. As you're kind of making your way through. Dallen and Milo, you in particular, you see something strange slither underneath the canoe. It almost has a bit of a red hue to it as it... And you see rippling from the water nearby the canoe.
Let's open our rope.
Anything you two are doing about that? Or anything? Are you mentioning anything about the canoe, Talos?
Can I roll a nature check on that?
Sure.
Not like point that out, kind of like nod and point it out.
Yes. Nature.
With a 6,
It's
whatever
trees and shit.
that bright red like thing that floated there, that did not seem like an animal. You're not quite sure what that was. And of course, Dallen, you saw that too. And as you pointed out, Hemlock will go, yes. Appears to be an old kayak? As he kind of scratches his head a little bit. Oh, darn. Quite the cobwebs in my head these days. It doesn't look
So
like
far
it's been used in quite some time, I must say.
Milo's gonna go over and kind of pull out his defender and kind of just like nudge the canoe a little bit further away.
As you nudge, you hear something from beneath as you hear. As you heard what almost sounded like 2 different voices at least, whispering.
Did I hear what they were whispering, or?
Alright, can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
God damn it.
Oh.
I've been talking the whole entire time.
You've been muted.
No, I wasn't muted, like in game. For some reason, my voice wasn't going over to the D&D.
I gotcha. Do you have the goggles of comprehend language, Milo?
Yes, I do.
Then you kind of hear, you would indeed hear this, since you're close enough. No one else is close enough to hear, but you would hear, shh, they're right on top of us. Be quiet.
Mel's gonna say very sarcastically and very loudly, so whoever or whatever is underneath this can hear. Alright guys, nothing's here, might as well just burn this boat.
You hear, why are they shouting? What are they saying? I don't know. I do not understand. And the rest of you hear this, as Hemlock goes, I hardly think that's necessary, Milo. After all, it's so wet and rotten, I doubt it would take fire easily.
No, there's something underneath this. It sounds like 2 of them.
What?
They can't understand me!
Do I understand what they're saying?
You're not too close enough to be able to
Because-
hear.
I'm gonna come closer. I'm gonna see if I can like. You certain that there's somebody under there? Not some
Talos.
type of.
My job has been to find people and unalive them.
I hear another voice. As you hear a draconic Talos.
I cock my head and be like, and in Draconic, I'm like, hello?
As you hear a couple of gasps.
It's alright, we won't hurt you. Just, what are you doing under there?
Persuasion.
Is it 1 second? $19.
As you see that, you watch as a scaly head of a kobold, a red-scaled kobold, pops out.
Oh. Hello, little one.
Hi.
What is with you?
They just kind of look at you suspiciously, their eyes bolting over to you, Milo, and back over to Talos.
It's alright. I'm just curious, what are you doing under there?
Hiding.
Hmm.
Heard
Hiding
you coming.
from us?
Yes.
Oh. Well, apologies.
They
Didn't
went
mean
in
to
the
disturb.
cave.
The kid. Yes, we were exploring.
No,
There's
Talos,
place to
fucking ask.
explore.
Ask them if they were inside the fucking cave.
Did you? Were you in the cave over there? And I kind of chucked my finger over, my thumb over to toward where the cave was.
As they kind of look off in that direction. Long ago, when hatchlings we were. It was a big attack.
Oh.
We've lived in the swamps ever since.
Oh. I'm gonna tell the others in common what they said. So turns out they were hatchlings when the cave was attacked, and they fled and lived in the swamps ever since.
You don't say. You know, it's quite interesting that we do have ourselves some survivors from whatever happened then.
Do you remember anything from? I turn back to them, speaking Draconic to them. Do you remember what happened, or is it, or were you too young to remember?
Two of the three just kind of shake their head as like they don't really know, but one of them goes. And it seems to be the kind of the largest one, perhaps a little bit older. They're all, of course, like for what you can guess, they're probably all about in their prime kobolds. You know that usually they don't last very long out in the wild. But this one here, it seems to be the oldest of this clutch, essentially. Or let's see. Well, yeah, you did roll decent enough when you were looking at the skeletons that you would know a little bit more about them. Essentially, like, you know that kobolds are generally, they reach adulthood at age 6, and they can live up to, like, they can actually live up pretty long. Like, some, you've met some that reach up almost to their late hundreds. But oftentimes, you know that they generally don't live too terribly long, as a little bit of a rambunctious bunch. And all these, the three of these here, they definitely look like they're well past the age of 6. But as the kind of larger one kind of looks, I remember there were these figures. The elders, they tried to get us out. We saw them pierced by arrows. And there was fire, lots of fire. Lots of yelling, roars. The whole area was shaking. We managed to get out before rocks came behind us and closed off the tunnel behind us. Had to dig ourselves out a bit, but we weren't sure where to go, what to do, and well, we managed to make our way to the swamp here where food is plentiful.
Resourceful. You did well to survive. I'm sorry for what happened to your people. And also, apologies for if we frightened you. We're merely adventurers traveling through the swamp.
You're nicer than most that we come across.
And many that come in, there are a few that come into the swamp that have a level head. Many think everything here in the swamp will try to harm them, so they don't try to talk to others. Here, I take out and give them a few rations. Like, I'm guessing you guys are a bit hungry. These are rations. They're food.
They kind of give a sniff, and as they kind of open up the rations, and one of them looks at it. Oh, never seen. As one of them takes a bite, their eyes widen up as the three of them like chow down on it rather quickly.
I'm guessing it's been difficult for you to find enough food, though.
Lots of competition. The long,
yes,
scary ones, the large kobolds, they like to snap and bite at us.
Large kobolds?
Yes. They look like the large plants, but in the water. Very
Hmm.
sneaky.
I'm gonna think about this. Let me do a nature check on this. See if I. Not 9. I am very like, what the? I'm like,
Large
Huh.
kobold. Like, you've seen small kobolds like this, but large ones? Like, how much bigger could they get?
I've never heard of creatures like that, but granted, I'm not used to this, like these lands. I kind of relay what they said to Milo.
Talos, I can understand them, as I kind of just
Oh, yeah.
tap on the goggles.
Oh,
I
apologies.
Due to your nature check, Milo, you know that they're probably talking about either lizard folk or crocodiles, but more likely the crocodiles.
Okay.
Well,
Crocodigators.
It's Princess's extended family.
I'm gonna turn to the group and kind of comments like, well, what do we do? I don't want to leave them here. I've already been through so much and barely survived this.
We don't need more fucking kobolds.
We only had the one.
We don't need more. He's already a handful as is.
Hmm.
And just imagine a fucking gaggle of them.
Hmm.
I don't think they're geese there, Milo.
You don't talk about those fucking long-necked bastards in front of me, alright?
I agree with Milo on that. The geese are terrifyingly terrifying creatures. But
Put that
still-
down in a note for a future boss fight.
like, what should we do with them? Should we let them be on their way? Maybe tell them to go toward maybe Granny's hut. Maybe they can use that. Maybe be of service to the orcs. Or...
As you say, like Granny, like they kind of huddle back a little bit.
Oh, don't worry. I say in Draconic tone, oh, don't worry about that hag. She is no more. She tried to play her tricks on us. And now, I tried a dark chuckle about that. It's like, well, let's just say she won't be making any more deals with anyone ever again.
Their long ears that were kind of perched back as if they were frightened by the mention of her. As you say that, their ears kind of perk up a little bit and go straight up again.
Yes, she and her creatures are. Oh yes, her and the creature, and also the creatures that she had captured there in stone. There are some people still there, but they are. Well, they're not. They don't serve her, but they were trapped by her.
Hemlock pulls out the hag's head out of the bag. Are they
It's in the
talking about
cover.
this? As all of them go, whoa! As they scurry over to him.
Oh,
Yes, we're just adventurers. We don't kill everything in this swamp, and yet here we are, boasting about killing the hag.
As they kind of look and they,
yeah, that hag was a bitch.
one of them kind of takes a claw and pokes at the flesh of the head. Shakes their hand a little bit.
yes, she is quite dead.
Dane's just gonna slowly bring out the Hydra head.
I'm kind of waving my hands like, wait, that might be a bit too much.
It's gonna push it back into the bag.
Now the swamps should be a bit more safer if you want to travel toward that area. Might be able to find better food there and not be harassed by the big kobolds.
Yes.
Though I do warn you that on the path there's an old looked like maybe a destroyed village there. There's an owl bear that lives there. Make sure to avoid that.
They kind of cock one of them cocks their heads. Owl bear? As they kind of try to say it in Draconic, and it sounds foreign to their tongue.
I take a stick and draw a picture of as best as I can of a depiction of an owl bear.
Do me a sleight of hand check for that.
Okay, sleight of hand.
This will be interesting.
9. It's like as best as I can.
Cartoonish look, you have a body of a bear and a comically large head of an owl. As they kind of look at
Big
it,
claws.
"Ah."
Yeah, there's a mother there with her baby, and she'll be very protective. So
Alright,
I want to
Talos.
stay.
Let me take care of you trying to describe this fucking thing to them. Jesus Christ.
Using the mud, Milo, or what?
Both the mud and kind of just my hands in general.
You watch as Milo taking the mud and then grabbing like what appears to be a pine cone and a few other sticks and leaves. You watch as he meticulously and quickly puts together like what could be like one of the best vestiges of a recreation of an owlbear that you've ever seen, and in regards to it being on mud and with the like plant life, as they kind of looking, ooh.
Yeah, Talos is just kind of looking at his like, I thought I did a good job. like, I'm just imagining like one of Sokka from Avatar, Last Airbender, his type of drawings. That's Talos. Then there's Milo's little sculpture.
Never seen creature like this before. Heard strange noises though. Sounded like screech, but larger. With Eagle Lady gone, further south we can travel. Tried to long ago, but we lost half our clutch that way. And then what was your history check there, Dain?
Oh, the history check was just to help Milo, well, Talos and then Milo out with extra details and such.
Yeah, with an 18, like, you recall, and you're actually recalling a little bit more from your past regarding owlbears, Dain.
Oh,
That's
very nice.
like, you're like, you know, like, now that some of my memories are coming back, you've had a little bit of, like, past experience with owlbears, interestingly enough.
Very nice. I'll bear it back just one moment.
Well, thank you for taking care of Bad Lady.
Very welcome. I know now, like, with her gone, you could very likely be able to have a much easier time, especially in that section of the swamp.
Yes, many more plants and fish over there.
And if anything, you could probably have better shelter there too. If the orcs have left that her hut and have moved on, you can probably use it as a little home for yourselves.
Orcs,
If they didn't
as
burn
they
it
cock
down.
their head.
They're people, but
Mel's gonna do another recreation of orcs in the mud.
Like a masterpiece, as he uses a stick to kind of carve out, like, the very chiseled jaw and the fangs of the of Ugluk. It makes you even like have a double shake there. Talos like, whoa. As one of the kobolds kind of hops up a little bit and points at it, goes, yes, we've seen them. We've seen the fanged men. Chase us away, they have. Very mean and ugly.
Now, if you go to the hag's hut to live there, be careful. It seems like there's some traps in there.
I would be careful while you're there. She was knowing how dangerous she was. So there's probably things inside that hut that might bite back. So be careful.
Yes. Travel south we might. Explore further since it seems safer now, but maybe some time before we head to the hut.
I'm just checking something real quick.
And the three kobolds, unlike how you've seen Greyhound where he has some clothes and whatnot, these kobolds are completely naked, by the way. They got, like, obviously their nice bright red scales and otherwise some mud and some kind of gunk and mud and stuff on them. They're otherwise just pretty much like no weapons, no armor, no nothing. They just three kobolds that are just kind of kind of just here, just doing their own thing.
I'm gonna go for my and get. I'm gonna get out. See, I have few ration. I'm gonna like give them each few ration. I have like say I have. At least I'm gonna give them each 2 days worth of rations. So that's 6 rations.
Oh, as they kind of look and whatnot.
But I would hold on to these and only use them when you really need to while you travel. It's good for 2 days, so you would eat 1 each day. But remember, only 2. And I'm gonna go over to find a decent sized stick. Take out and sharpen it. Let's find something like kind of like there's a couple sticks for them to kind of make sure they're sharp.
I was gonna kind of like wave Dallen over to him, and he's gonna whisper over to him. I need you to translate for me.
Got it. What do you need me to say?
I'm gonna hand this dagger to them, and you're gonna say, "Go do crime." As Milo will then hand a silver dagger to the oldest one.
I'm just gonna lean in and like with like a whispering tone. Go do a crime.
I'm gonna I'm walking back with the shit. As I'm walking back with
Persuasion?
the sticks.
Yep, you need persuasion.
Can I aid him in that?
Let's go. Do I need aid?
Give me a stealth check as well to see if Talos overhears this. And then Talos, give me a perception check.
Perception.
So I got 15.
I'm going to aid Dallen in stealthing.
17,
Be quiet about this.
And so you're too busy carving sticks, Talos, as Dallen whispers that, and you watch the kobold just like one hand on the dagger, the other hand on the blade, as it looks at it just like, oh, shiny. I do not know what this crime is, but I will gladly go do this crime.
I come back with the sticks and
goes over to give him a high five.
I'm gonna come over and I'm gonna take some rope and also tie them make them each a little belts with the rope.
Does Talos notice that that one of them has a dagger now?
And you see one that has a silver dagger in its hand.
Oh well, that was very kind of you, Milo.
What are you talking about? You really think I would give them a fucking dagger?
Maybe.
Deception check, Milo. Insight, Talos.
Inside.
Oh, so close.
As I say, you really think I'm gonna give them a fucking dagger?
Dallen, did you give him a dagger?
No.
Where'd you get that dagger, little one?
As he kind of looks up at you with wide eyes and a great big smile on his face. I was given and told to go do a crime.
I just sigh. I'm like... I just proceed to make them little belts with the rope and hand the other...
Go to do me a survival.
Alright. Survival... 9.
It's not the prettiest sort of thing, and it takes you a minute to kind of get it fixed up on them, but eventually, like, it's something. Better than we had before.
Can I try to make some, like, clothes or something to try and... so they can hide better?
Yeah, because I don't have it out. I was saying I was gonna make them like try to see if I can make them like a loincloth thing, but I don't have any cloth on me. I'm looking through my inventory. I don't have any.
I was more looking to like see if I could use like leaves or something, because I don't have like a cloth that I could do that with too.
I mean, you can roll a survival challenge and see if there's anything nearby that could be used.
Can I aid him in that? Considering that I did tell them, or try to tell them to go do crime.
Sure, since you've been hanging out close to Dallen, that'll give you a 20. And as you kind of take a look around, like Mila, like you're having trouble on your own, Dallen, as you kind of look around, just like and then Mila goes like, what about that? And you go and you see that there's what appears to be some kind of larger leaves that are just kind of dangling over the a body of water. And as you kind of go over and kind of like flick them a little bit to see, like they're pretty thick leaves. They seem to be well situated for the environment. And you take a dagger and you chop them off, and you have something that could work as a bit of like a loincloth in a way.
Alright. Down, can Down use his woodworking to kind of like reinforce it as well?
Woodworking, I would not be able to really say, because I believe there's something there's a specific tool set for that. Let's see. Yeah, there's weaver's tools, and there's something else. There's leatherworking. So between the weavers and the leatherworking, I would say that those would be, like, if you were proficient in those, you could use that, but otherwise, wood carving is for something that's very hard, and you're obviously carving away at. You're not able to really do that with organic, like, flexible plant material.
Alright.
So you could just do a straight survival check to see if, like, what you can do with it. Hey, that's not too bad. So describe exactly what you're doing here.
I mean, like, to try and reinforce it, try and make it a little bit tougher. That, or just like what am I trying to do with the leaves?
What are you trying to do with the leaves?
If they're big enough, I want to try and make it so they can use it to conceal themselves around here, just in case they encounter something dangerous, so they can hide from it.
So you're trying to make
They
like
don't have to-
camouflage.
Kind of, yeah. Like, what's it called? A ghillie suit. I'm trying to make ghillie suits for them.
And it takes you a few minutes as the rest of you all are just kind of like looking at these things curiously, and then watching as Dallen grabs a bunch of leaves and some bit of vine and whatnot, and you watch as he kind of fashions these little suits, and as you kind of like hook it up onto one of the kobolds, they kind of look at themselves like, oh, I'm turning swamp color now. As they kind of look at themselves, as you're able to fashion yourself kind of a little bit of a hat and some leaf clothes that go around most of their body, covering up most of their red like scales, making them a little bit harder to detect in the swamp.
All right, there you go. Just so you don't have to actually fight anything if you don't want to. That should help you hide a little bit better. And what's your name, little dudes?
Name? What is name? As they kind of look at you and cock their head.
You guys don't have names?
As they kind of look at that.
Well, what do you guys call each
hold up
other?
a stick. Is this name?
No. A name is what you use to refer to each other, so you guys can tell who's talking to who.
Dallen, let's not name them. We don't want to get
They
attached.
cock their heads and they kind of look at each other. We know who talks. Each of us has unique voice.
But do you know always how who's referring to who?
Yes.
Who's?
We just... And they point to one. Go, you!
Would you guys like names?
Dallen, let's not name them. Let's not get
Tails-
attached.
The tails start to wag a little bit. We do not know what these names are, but anything that we do not have that we do have sounds nice.
All right. How many are there?
There are
Again?
3 of them.
Freedom. All right. You over there. Your Bingus, your Fingus, and your Lingus.
And they all kind of wag their tails a little bit. I am Bingus. I'm Dingus. I am Fingus.
No. Yes.
Talos is just trying not to chuckle.
All right, guys. If you ever encounter a kobold named Greyhound, make sure to be good friends with him, okay?
Greyhound friend. Yes.
Yes. He's a kobold like you. I think I said that, but yeah. His scales are different colored, though.
So he said Bingus, Dingus.
Bingus, Lingus, and Fingus.
Oh. Bingus, Lingus, and Fingus. Alright. They're written down in case they ever come up again.
I hope they do.
We shouldn't have named them.
Talos is just kind of smiling, chuckling to himself slightly, and like, well, it's like, look, well, at least they're ready for their journey, and now we must make ours.
Meet up with them again eventually, and they're gonna be like multi classes of like ranger and rogue, because they're probably been hiding from everything.
Thank you for not eating us. Yes.
Very welcome.
And thank you for
Travel
saving
safe.
us.
Yes, and travel safe.
You too. Don't get eaten. Yes.
We'll try not to. I wait, like, kind of get my hammer kind of put over my shoulder and kind of wave as I start making my way off.
All right, see you guys. Stay safe.
As y'all just kind of like ooh and ah at the new stuff that they just got between the different belts and then the new stealth suits, and then of course like the dagger, the shiny silver dagger that they got now. As Bingus is taking it, just kind of like takes it and gives it a few swings a couple times as Lingus and Fingus look at it and they go, wow, whoa.
Picturing Bingus eventually tying it onto a stick and then saying that it's like the strongest spear of all time.
As you all head on out and make your way south. And as the sun begins to set, you do eventually find your way back at the hag's hut, where, coming out of a bush, putting away a spear, you see one of the orcs as he goes, "See, you're not dead. Ugluk, they're back." As coming out of the cabin, you see the leader, the little of the four orcs that are here, Ugluk, as he goes, "Blackspire, I hope you found something there."
Hey, well, we found a lot more than we thought it would. Unfortunately, no gold.
Are you lying about that? Are you purposely trying to lie about that?
No, it's more like we haven't found as much as they thought was going to be there, or like that they knew was going to be
Because
there.
you did find a little gold.
Yeah. Okay, we found a little bit, but you know, thinking of a dragon's horde. It's a big dragon, small horde.
So you found and killed a dragon?
No.
No, it was already dead.
Yes,
When
yes, we did.
That'd be a deception with disadvantage there, Milo, as there's two people contradicting that.
Can I aid him?
18.
It's 18 either way. And he kind of cocks eyes to you, Milo, and then looks at the rest. Already dead.
Damn it.
How long, I wonder? We were worried that perhaps it had just dropped the armor in one of the chambers outside, but we thought that perhaps the dragon might be there or might return. It was awfully quiet, though. It just explains a lot.
It seems like it possibly had a connection to a, somebody else that we know.
Small
Which is-
world, as they say.
Hey, for a continent this size, I'm surprised that we keep on running into people or things that we know.
Well, at least you made it back safely, and you got to leave something for it. cleared out and burned a few of the hag stuff that's, well, we knew weren't the friendliest. It's getting late if well, we can't stop you if you want to rest here for the night.
Hey, you said you've been going through the hag stuff, right?
Yes.
You haven't happened to come across our lovely detective's intuition, have you?
Wouldn't quite know what it looked like, but there was a cabinet that had a lot of bottles of smoke in it. We haven't really touched those. We're not quite sure what to do with them.
Can I take a look at them?
History check real quick, Dallen.
Oh, history check. Oh. Yeah. Where are you? There you go.
Yeah, with a 16.
15.
You remember, like, you looked through that cabinet, and that's where you kind of found the bottle that you believe has void scale in it.
Alright, can I go back over there and, like, I don't know, maybe use Arcana or something, see if I can get a sense to see if his intellect is there?
Sure, you can kind of go. With a 16, as you kind of take a look through the bottles and whatnot, you see a lot of weird, like, smoky visages within. Some of them appear humanoid, some of them more animalistic. You're not quite sure what any of them do, but as you kind of get a feel and look around, you're not really sensing anything that, like, feels familiar to the aura that that Hemlock is giving off.
I don't sense anything close to him around here in this cabinet. Is there another one where she keeps bottles?
Only of these strange variety. The others has ingredients, and others were her potion craft and wishcraft.
Damn.
I mean, we
Really
could
hope
just
we
start
find a
having
bottle.
him opening all these bottles and taking everything. what happens.
That might not be a good idea.
Why not? Dal just looks at him like blank-faced.
We don't know what each one might do to him. It might cause some very bad problems.
That's where the fun comes in.
No.
I must
You're no
agree, Talos here. Well, I would certainly like to have not only the benefit of what I gained from Granny, as well as what I lost, without knowing exactly which bottle's the right one. There's no telling what kind of magical hoodoo voodoo could come from opening up these bottles at random.
I mean, I guess you get what you get. You
Well,
played with fire, and now you haven't been burned. Oh well.
Well, I mean, I did.
Guess you get to be
agree
stupider now,
willingly.
dumber.
I did want to become stronger. I just wasn't quite sure exactly what the cost would be. I suppose I should have asked a little more.
Yes,
Yeah,
but remember, this was a hag, and hags are
how
known
smart you were. I think you would have asked.
Remember, it's a hag. They're master manipulators. Damn, wish I could have found that vial.
Can Milo go over and check the cabinet?
Sure. Are you looking for anything in particular?
This vial that everyone's talking about.
Sure. As you kind of take a look, you were there in the room. You saw like the vial that she had, and the potion bottle that essentially was used. And as you take a look, you don't see it in there, obviously.
Can I try again?
Sure. This time do investigation.
Oh shit, my bad.
Alrighty. As you take a look, the rest of you watch as Milo pulls out a vial. After you hear some clinking around. Which, anyone that wants to, feel free to do an insight as he's doing this. Ooh!
Nothing.
You got nothing. Dain, though, like, as you kind of idly just in there, you watch as Milo kind of goes over, you actually get to see Milo just, like, very idly just kind of clinking glass vials with his hand, like, you can almost tell that he's not actually trying, but then he suddenly miraculously pulls out a vial out of nowhere.
Dane's just going to kind of smile at Milo but not say anything.
Did you find something there, Milo?
I think it's this one. If I had to guess. I mean, this one does look like the newest one that would have been added. There's no real dust on it compared to any of the others.
Huh. Well, perhaps you're right. As the Hemlock kind of goes up to you, Dallen or Talos, do you say or like anything about this vial?
Are you certain that this might be it? You can.
Alice, why do you have to question everything that I do?
I kind of like put my hands up and just be like, "Hey, I'm just worried."
Dallen's gonna do Arcana on this bottle.
Go for it. It is a fair question, Milo. After all, like we said, we don't know what would happen if we open up the incorrect one.
Can someone aid me, please?
Nope.
Alright, fine. As Milo will just take the bunch of them then. You want to sit here and believe me? Fine. We'll take every single one of these and figure out which one is yours.
Yes.
Come on. That's a bit excessive, don't you think?
Hemlock kind of pokes the bottle in your hand and goes, "Oh, I feel as if something that I've lost." As his eyes kind of glaze a little bit as he looks and feels the bottle. What a strange feeling.
Nope, sorry, too late now. We're grabbing all these. Bring them all with us.
Dallen's gonna grab that bottle and just shove it in his mouth, like open the bottle.
Are you doing anything to stop it, Milo?
Yes.
Alrighty then, that will be some competing checks here.
I'm assuming Dallen's gonna try to like just forcefully take it from me.
Most likely, yeah, because he just wants this situation to be over with.
So athletics versus acrobatics.
I don't have high athletics, so he's probably gonna win.
As you reach and
Yep.
go, yeah! Milo just like tosses the bottle up and catches it in his other hand. Whoop!
Come now. That's enough of that. Come on, Milo. Just let him try that first bottle you found.
So why is it that every time that I do anything, you have to question it? But yeah,
I question everybody.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Talos just kind of puts his hand kind of just rubs his face like, all right, fine. How would you like to do this?
I would have just liked to give it to him and be done with it. However, since everyone wants to keep questioning me, we're gonna grab all these, bring them back to Ravenscrest, and figure out which one is exactly his.
Well, I suppose that would be quite logical.
And if anyone else that might be in Ravenscrest that might have made deals with her. Plus, you might be able to actually make some gold off of some of those other ones.
Very well, I suppose we'll grab a crate, a bag. How exactly are we going to transport all these without possibly breaking?
I'm just gonna set Morphs on the kind of like cabinet and just have him collect all of them.
You hear the sound of a vacuum as...
That is very unsettling, yet very, very creative.
How the fuck do you think I felt when he had to climb on my fucking foot back in Anarder Cool?
Disgusted.
As Morph hops back on your hip.
Hey, at least he didn't eat the entire cabinet this time.
Very true.
He's only done that a couple of times, alright.
Hey, and I can only imagine the splinters when it comes back up.
Morris, me and you need to have a serious talk when we go back to Raven's Crest, but we'll worry about that later.
I suppose then we shall. Are we resting here then, gentlemen, and then taking off in the morning?
Sounds like a plan.
Hey. As long as our friends over there are still alright with it, we wouldn't want to intrude upon their new abode.
Oh, that reminds me. On our journey back here from the cave, we met 3 little kobolds. Don't worry, they aren't aggressive to our knowledge, but they may be traveling in this direction. We told them that you are staying here. So just a heads up if you see them.
Little red-like lizards, right?
Correct.
Thought them as pests long ago, a couple years back. Chased them away from here as they were getting a little too close. Granny always wants us to keep the pests away.
Well, now that Granny's gone, they want to probably travel past here. They're mainly looking for a better place to live. And since Granny's gone, we don't have to worry about them, and they can just bypass this place.
So long as they don't bother us, we won't bother them.
Well, if they do show up, just let us know, and we'll talk with them.
How? As they kind of cock an eyebrow.
They speak Draconic. I'm a Dragonborn.
Yes.
Talos, we're not going to be here, though.
Oh, true. That's right. Well,
we'll be able to handle the situation ourselves, don't you worry, though communicating with them might be tough.
True.
We can make do, though. Perhaps if they even stick around and show themselves not to be a threat, perhaps we might be able to teach them something. Or teach them how to communicate.
That's a good idea.
Or not, that's also an option.
Or that, too. Like I said, it depends on their demeanor when they approach us. If anything, we could probably just shoo them away. They don't seem to be that threatening. Although, as he kind of rubs his chin, it might be fun to have some pets around here. Yeah, he flicks back towards you. Anyway, no problem with you staying here for the night.
Very well. Kind of shrug my shoulders, kind of just as the day it's starting to feel the weight from the day, especially traveling through the dang swamp. Well, let's try to bed down at least, and we'll be off in the morning.
Hey, sounds like a plan.
Alright, so anything you all wish to do before you go to bed officially?
I think I'm gonna organize some of my stuff and just kind of making sure I'm going through all my gear and making sure everything's been or is ready to go.
Sounds good. And anything for you, Dain?
Mostly just gonna check on the condition of the armor
Okay.
because it has, and then if everything is good there, just do my usual with my gear and equipment.
And then Dallen? Are you muted again?
I think Key got pulled away for a second.
What about you, Milo? Anything you're doing?
Um,
And did you keep track of that particular vial?
yes, Milo would have put like a notch in the cork on the top.
Alright. Is there anything Milo's doing before bed?
Not right now. Or actually, no.
So then, as for you, Talos, it's easy enough to just kind of go through and organize your stuff a little bit. Especially as, like, it'd be anything that you would kind of be keeping out of your bag of holding, because you know that with the bag of holding, all you have to do is just think of what you want, and then it'll appear in your hand so long as it's in the bag.
Yeah, it's more of going through my other bat, like my regular backpack,
And then,
like the few things I have in there.
as for Dain, give me a check for the armor. Let's see, what would be most appropriate. Give me your Smith Tools check.
Smith tools, alrighty. 21.
As you take a look at the armor, it is essentially in very good condition. The armor itself has held up well over the years, and you can see like a few dents and a few scratches here and there, but for the most part it seems to have held out. The only difference is, of course, the where the Blackspire crest is, where you see two deeper gashes that aren't compromising the actual armor itself, but have clearly marred the old Blackspire symbol on it. As you recognize it as being kind of marked by a dragon's claw.
Yeah. That's fair. Gonna kind of like try my best to just sort of just smooth out the edges a bit more, make it, or the edges of the gash. Try and make it so that in the future it's easily, well, a bit easier to repair.
Yeah, and as you do indeed kind of, like with that 21 carrying over, you do some work to kind of start the repairing process, smoothing out some of the edges a bit and getting it cleaned up best you can.
Very nice.
And then, do we have Dallen back yet?
Yes, I am back. I apologize.
You're good, you're good. Anything you were doing before bed?
There was going to be two things I wanted to try doing.
Alright.
First one is Dallen wants to try and keep on working on making like a sign language to communicate with Void Scale in the bottle.
Alrighty. And then the other thing?
He also wants to start trying to carve the Hydra we fought.
Alrighty. I'll say both of those would be pretty demanding tasks, so you'll have to choose like one or the other to do before bed.
Gotcha. Okay. The language.
Alrighty. And give me, let's see. This would be like an intelligence-based check. I would say give me a history check. As you kind of take the bottle out and you see the wispy smoke there, you begin to try and create some hand symbols, and you try to like point to something else and then make a symbol in your hands for it. Near the end of it, you're not really getting much back, so you're not sure if they're able to really like see or understand exactly what is happening. And after a few hours of spending trying to do this, you kind of end up feeling a little frustrated as you don't feel like you've really made any progress.
Well, Dallen's just disappointed, and he lays down and tries to fall asleep.
And as you all finish up your tasks, you all go to sleep for the night. With the orcs kind of taking their normal shifts and watching throughout the night, you all benefit from a long rest.
Woo!
Very nice.
And so, as you all wake up, a couple of the orcs are out on patrol while Ugluk is there, currently manning what used to be the cauldron, but now has been kind of like has what appears to be some stew inside instead.
Nice. So you see if I take a whiff and see if I'm like the smell from it. Making stew?
We have some food and some meat around here. It's a bit comforting, yes. Tribe used to always have a pot of stew going. I'd always add more stuff to it. Makes it a more unique dish every day, depending on what we found.
Reminds me a bit of of our chef over at the mess back in my home when I was doing training. Granted, you never knew what you'd get each day, but at the end of each week of hard training, he'd bring out the big cauldron that he'd been cooking all the time, and it's different every time, but it was definitely something to look forward to.
He takes a big, long wooden ladle and just stirs it a little bit more. Feel free to partake if you wish. I would only ask that you leave something in return to add to the pot.
Of course. Let's see. What would I do if I wanted to try to detect what's already in it by smell?
Well, let's see.
Would that be a survival or?
I would say survival or nature.
Oh,
very nice.
Wow, a 20, from a sense of smell,
As you take a look at the side, what you can see to begin with, it's got a thick broth already. You do see what appears to be some leaves and other stuff that you can identify as perhaps some essentially spices. Though what spices exactly, you're not quite sure, but they have a decent aroma to them. You can also see what looks to almost to be some different plant materials in there, perhaps something that could be a wild onion. You see several fish as well, what appears to be cuts of meat that are they give off a bit of a fishy scent to the stew as well. And there's a few other ingredients that you can't quite discern, but the smell indicates something a little bit different than what you can get normally from the swamp. And you do see some of the cabinets are open around that seem to indicate that they may have raided the pantry and found ingredients they were familiar with and added it to the pot.
I'm gonna see if I can find a bowl. Nothing too big, just enough for a single meal.
Easy enough. There's plenty of silverware and dishes around the cabinet. It looks a little more ramshackle in here as the orcs have kind of gone through and rummaged and not really picked things back up. It's kind of a bit of a mess. You're able to still find something easy enough.
I'll walk, kind of nod to him and hold while I to proffer it. Don't want to be too rude.
He scoops the ladle up, brings it up, and pours it into the bowl.
Take out say, let's see, let me look. The rations I have, those are dried meat, right?
Yeah, it's dried meat, bread.
I'm gonna give him some of like say 2 of the rations of the dried meat.
Will take some time for these to rehydrate, but
The flavor will come out slower. Will slowly come out while they're rehydrating.
yes, thank you. As he kind of like slowly lowers them into the soup so it doesn't splash.
I nod my head and go and take a sip of the soup.
It's got a very earthy taste to it. The broth is like quite lovely in a way, and with the fish that are in there, you would expect it to kind of have a bit of a foul taste to it, but the combination of some of the spices within it mellows it out into kind of something that's a little more on the tangy side.
Not bad. Just have to kind of sit here and enjoy that for a minute.
It'll be a little more plain for now. We've added what we had here, and this particular soup was just started. But as time goes by, as we hunt and survive here, it will improve and change the days.
Well, I wish you good fortune then. This new journey of your life. And hopefully it will be much more peaceful.
Peaceful is something that we're not terribly used to, but I suppose us being this old, I imagine it is long overdue to be at peace. He continues to stir in the cauldron. What's everyone else doing? Don't anyone speak up at once.
Dallen's back to trying to make it sign language so he can communicate with whatever's in the bottle.
Alrighty, go ahead and give me another check then. Another history check. Ooh, very nice.
Ooh, a nat 20.
Having gotten some rest in, you take a look at what you believe to be void scale, and you think very hard. You kind of cross your fingers and you stare into this bottle at this, and you think, if this is void scale, he and I once had the same mind, so maybe. And so you bring out some stuff that is familiar to you, like gun. You bring out like the axe gun. You bring out a few other things, and you start to make some symbols for it. And as you do each one, you stare back. You watch as the smoky wisp seems to almost flow a little bit more steadily. And as you kind of like make a few symbols, and you point to the bottle, point back at it, you actually see some mimicry occur from the smoky bottle. As you get a feeling that you might have made a breakthrough.
Alright.
And then Dain, I heard your voice. Did you have something you were doing?
Not really much from Dane's end. He's sort of just organizing, but also just watching to see how everyone is and how everyone is like interacting, but also just in general.
Sounds good. You're able to kind of see Dallen working off in the corner. Talos taking part of a communal like stew bowl and giving some food as well. And Milo, what are you up to?
I was just kind of hanging out, waiting to head back to town.
You see Milo just kind of standing like there, leaning against the table, taking a look at one of his daggers. He's kind of spinning it around, and overall, it's a nice, relatively peaceful morning. Eventually, as you all get yourself in some food for the morning, you have your stuff packed up. And Hemlock looks at you all and goes, well, I suppose daylight's burning, gentlemen. We should be on our way.
Agreed. Well, good fortune to you all.
Yes, and to you as well. We thank you for giving us another chance at life. We'll do with it as we can.
Hey. That's good to hear.
And again, Blackspire, we are sorry for what we did. It has haunted us all our lives, and likely do so until we no longer live.
Can't bring her back, unfortunately, but it's good to know that her memory does live on, even outside of my kin.
She was ferocious in that fight.
Hey, she was in everything she did. That she was.
If you go after my father, I doubt he's still alive, but I imagine that his predecessor, that Black Wolf you've heard about and you told me about, they have that Warhammer. They'll be rather dangerous.
Hey, I wouldn't doubt it, especially after he's trying to go after being a pirate king, or the pirate king.
Still not sure what that means, but I urge you to be cautious. You're a noble one. Not many like you in this world.
I try my best.
As he takes his big beefy arm and like kind of plops it down on your shoulder. And he kind of grunts and lifts his head up and then turns back towards the hut.
Well, gentlemen, should we be on our way?
Very well.
You all turn and begin to head south again as you climb up onto the rickety wooden boardwalk that you originally came over here on.
Go to get out of the swamps.
Dane's gonna take one last look back at the hut and the orcs.
And you watch as Ugluk goes back inside, as you assume he's probably tending to the soup while two of the other orcs are kind of patrolling around the perimeter, just kind of looking a little idle, bored, but keeping an eye out, while another one is moving some stuff around to another pile and essentially getting things straightened up around there. Are you alright, Dain? This Hemlock kind of comes up behind you.
I am doing alright. Well, I always imagined finding, what would happen when I finally catch up to the ones who killed Thudgard and stole her armor and her. I always thought about how, it'd be a battle to the death and everything. I wasn't expecting this. It's an odd closure, but I know it's not done yet.
Well, it has been quite a few years, hasn't it? What, 40, 50 years you were saying?
Well, 40 since, like 40 for this time skip, but other than that, it was a good 30 years that I was searching for this.
Yeah, these orcs in particular would have been quite young then. They're quite old now, near the end of their life.
Aye. And I'm not gonna hold them accountable for the sins of the father.
I suppose that is fair. That, if it's an epic battle that you're looking for, well, if you have to go after a pirate's lord, well, I dare say that you may have that explosive closure that you were thinking you might have.
Possibly. We'll see, I guess. We'll see. Well, we should probably catch up to the others. Or else we're all going to get lost in this swamp.
Yes, and that would certainly not be good.
No, not at all.
Talio, as he goes onto the boardwalk and follows behind Milo and Talos and Dallen.
Hmm.
And as we go on, why don't you roll me a D100, Dain?
D100 already? 86.
Alright. As you all begin to travel, you go through the boardwalk that seems to go on for much longer than what it should be, but eventually you do come to the end of it, where you find yourself before the rest of the swamp. And as you all proceed to onto the dry parts, continue your way southward. Eventually, a little bit past midday, as the sun is rising even higher and the humidity is starting to get to you all as you're all starting to sweat, and there are bugs buzzing all around you, and you're just like, oh.
You kind of feel like one of those categories, like every other second, like shaking your head. Bugs.
I'll have Dain and Dallen roll me perception check.
Ready? Where is it? There. 11.
18.
As you're kind of focused on the path ahead, Dain, Dallen, you happen to notice a little bit off of the area ground you're traversing. You see what appears to be something clumped up on the ground. And then you hear a thicker sound of flies and other bugs near it.
Dallen's gonna put his hand in front of Dain, kind of trying to stop anyone who's gonna walk forwards. And Dallen's gonna investigate.
Right.
What's up?
Am I allowed? There's something in front of us. Need to take a look at it. Am I allowed to investigate? Should I do a different check?
Well, as you kind of stop, you take a look. Like all of you kind of see where he's pointing at, and you see what appears to be like something that's not native to the swamp, kind of clumped, like essentially kind of bundled up on the ground, essentially. And then you can definitely hear and see all the flies and bugs that are kind of around it.
Hey, turn that down. Alright, thank you.
Sorry,
I'm
You want to make a nature check on it?
Sure.
All right.
Where is nature? There you are. There, yeah, right there. Hopefully, it's gonna be a good roll. It sucked. That was awful.
Take a look at it. You do not recognize it as anything that occurs naturally in nature.
Dallen's gonna pull his gun out and point at it.
The rest
Already
of you
done
can
this
do,
before, Dallen.
The rest of you can do a perception check if you want.
Sure. Oh, 19.
Squish. Hit the bog.
A big old fly buzzes in front of your face, Dan. You just kind of have to swat at it for a little, like, ugh, get away, get away. Talos, as you take a look, you recognize that this clumped up form appears to be the body of a humanoid.
It's like a dead body.
And Milo, you also get this
Some
as well.
Poor soul. Some poor bastard.
And then, are you doing, after hearing that, Dallen, are you doing anything?
I'm gonna do a perception check.
Alright. Anything you're looking for in
Fuck.
particular?
What is this thing?
Within pointing it out, you do take a look and you get that this is definitely some kind of humanoid. You're not able to see what because their back is facing you as they're laying on the ground. But they're definitely not moving.
Down's also gonna pull out his other hand and fire's gonna start coming out of it.
Calm yourself. It's very likely that they're dead already.
Dallen, didn't we do this before with bottles of liquor hidden in a tree?
I don't trust it.
I'm gonna come over and kind of nudge it with my hammer.
As you nudge it with your hammer, the body like rolls over and its belly up now. As you see what looks like a pocketed skin and some eating out some kind of bugs are kind of crawling all over it. The body what appears to be a human.
Ugh.
Eyes are gone.
I was gonna let out a little childish scream from the sight.
Dallen, you're a grown-ass dragonborn. You've killed more people than just this.
As you take a look, you can see that they have
expecting
a rusty short sword at their side, and they got what appears to be some leather armor, but due to where it is, half of the leather armor has been somewhat eaten away by the swamp, and it's utterly useless. Its cloak that is currently adorning it has got some vines starting to grow on it. It looks like it's probably been dead a few days.
Can I go over to the leather armor and cast Mend on it?
As you kind of go up and you look at it, it's a lot of it is disintegrated to the point that it would be beyond mend.
Ah, got it.
It would require
Can Milo
quite a bit of time in order to restore it.
make a nature or a investigation check to see what ate it? Since you said there was like bite marks on it.
Survival check.
Survival? Okay.
Ooh, 18. As you're kind of taking a look, you see that like a lot of pockets of skin that are missing are definitely bug related, but you do see like near the leg, you do see a particularly nasty puncture marks that as you kind of take a look, you feel as if some sort of snake bit him here. As the area of itself looks like the skin looks especially blackened and rather like what remains of what looks to be pus. It looks like very nasty.
Well, looks like a snake got him. Not really much we can do now with him.
Ugh. Snakes.
Why does it always have to be snakes?
Well, no, before it was the owlbear, then before that it was the alligators. Before that, I think... Didn't you say, like, a log was haunted or something? It's just everything in the swamp.
Hey,
Swamps are
I
definitely
know.
a place that I don't think I'd enjoy staying in for super long time.
No, not at all.
No, I don't suppose he has anything on him, anything identifying him, or otherwise. I mean,
I kind of wince as I kind of like bend down and kind of try to check without getting my hands like all up in there.
You wanna just, like, point some things out to Milo?
I'm gonna try to use my hammer to hold up like some of his cloak and see if and I look to Milo. Is like, do you see anything?
yeah, with an aid there, you get a nat 20, Milo. As you kind of poke around and look a little bit, you can definitely see that what little skin remains, it's got some sickening color to it, as if they definitely seem to have died from some sort of poison or venom, essentially, as it's kind of like their whole body, like parts of it seems to be locked up in a way. And in fact, while almost all the gear is useless, you do find a single bottle that you can immediately recognize as a potion of healing, and has a small tag on it.
Can I read the tag?
Yeah.
Expired.
No, not quite. Here, I'll post it real quick.
No, it won't.
Poor bloke.
As Milo's just gonna kind of put it in his... Well, inside Morris.
Poor bloke. Must not have been very very knowledgeable. Healing potions don't work on poisons or venoms.
You're quite right there, Talos.
I'm guessing there's most likely panic. I'd suggest staying alert if you don't want to risk getting bit by whatever he was bitten by. At least we were smart enough to buy our own.
Speaking of snakes, can I try tracking this snake?
Like tracking the snake that bit him?
Yes.
That would be survival with disadvantage.
25 either way.
As you take a look around, like, you see that it has been several days since essentially this individual got here, but you can still see the very like slight remnants of his footsteps as he sloshed through this particular part, and you do see the very, very slight spot of a slither where you see that it kind of disappears into the water. But otherwise, you're not able to see exactly where it escaped to. As after the water, it could have gone anywhere.
In that case, could I take my poisoner's kit and try to extract any remaining poison off this guy?
I would say probably not, as it's been several days, and due to the decomposition of the body and everything else, it would be very difficult to try to get anything.
I kind of figured, but
well, nothing more we can do for the bloke except to allow nature to take its course. Marcus, you said was on that tag?
I didn't say that, but yes.
Well, we'll once we reach town,
Dallen's gonna stare at him.
I'll see if we can find this whoever wrote that note for this Marcus and tell them of his passing. Well, I suppose we should be moving on then.
Very well, let's continue.
Alright. You all leave the body of Marcus to sink into the swamps to nourish the animals and creatures around. Until eventually you get to the point where night falls and it is starting to get dark.
Afraid of the dark. I'm very scared. No, I'm lying.
So what are y'all doing?
Dallen goes back to trying to figure out a sign language to communicate with whoever's in the bottle.
Alright. Anyone looking for a campsite?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and roll survival for that.
Dallen just walking around looking at balls, trying to make hand gestures.
I'm gonna help Milo out as well.
Ooh, nat 20. As Milo kind of like narrows down on particular areas, you're all traveling. It's starting to get dark. You're starting to have some trouble seeing. Your superior dark vision, Dain, allows you to kind of detail and point out a nice ideal spot that you could all use for cover, as well as a decent place to shelter up for the night. As you all take the time to set up camp and get yourself situated.
Very nice.
And so then go ahead and make another like history check, Dallen, as you try to work for more of the hand signals.
Fuck.
As it gets later and darker into the night, like you were able to reinforce what you had your breakthrough earlier, but trying to do different signs for new things, you find that it's a lot more difficult to create essentially a language with your hands, as you're not familiar with like the different ways that you can hold your hands, and so you find yourself at a roadblock again, as like you feel a little frustrated and you don't make any progress.
This saddens Dallen deeply, and he goes to sleep crying.
Meanwhile, anyone else doing anything?
I think Talos is going to be like more kind of going around like where the campsite is, making sure like be kind of clearing out, using like what he can to kind of clear out like a space, like use like any brush that might be too close, just so they can have more of a clear space.
I got just kind of cleaning up around the perimeter of the campsite to ensure that anything that could try to sneak up does not have as much opportunity to.
Yes.
Easy enough. If you want to give me a... Let's see. Give me a survival for that, I'll say.
Alright. Oh, 5. That sucks.
Yeah, as you go around, you move a few different branches, a few other things to kind of clear up, and you feel confident that it's probably good enough.
Alright.
Anything you're doing, Dain?
Not really much on Dane's end tonight. Just my usual, but also just relaxing.
Sounds good. And Milo?
No, not really.
Right. So as Dallen kind of goes to bed a little early and falls asleep, you all doing a night watch, or are you all just gonna sleep?
I'll take first watch if that's all right with everyone.
I'll take second then.
We'll take third.
You don't have a voice in this. You're asleep.
Oh, never mind.
You went
You
to
went
my
to
crying
bed.
since...
Automatically gets fourth watch.
Alright. So as you all kind of get settled in for the night to do your watches, I'm going to take this moment to kind of go on a quick restroom break if you're all good with that.
That's fine.
Sounds good.
Alright.
How dare you.
Nice.
We'll be right back.
is try and steal Captain Kells' hat. I just really like his hat.
Apparently what he's doing. He's wanting to like do as much as he can with each faction, but he said he's YouTubed it, and he wants to get the Minutemen ending where everyone lives.
Oh.
Except the Institute, of course.
It's probably like the best ending, I would say.
Yep. Apparently, according to apparently they said that actually is the most canon, the canon ending.
That's the first ending I ever got with Fallout 4.
Yeah, they said that that's the one where all the other factions except for the Institute survive is actually the canon ending.
Didn't they also?
That's the problem. It's also the railroad. I think dies.
Apparently no. Apparently the railroad survives. Like if you do it correctly, the railroad both the Brotherhood, the Minutemen, and the railroad survive while the Institute dies. The railroad pretty much
You're right.
Yeah, you have to do it. You have to do it very. There's like certain steps you got to make sure you do to guarantee that they survive. But
yeah, because any other faction, they all literally it's the Institute and the railroad. No one wants to leave alive, essentially.
yeah, the reason the railroad people are a little the Brotherhood doesn't want the railroad to survive because they are helping synths.
Yeah, they're the enemies.
The Minutemen are with the railroad because of how secretive they are. They're pretty much like the CIA. They can be a bit too much with their. They're like it's like you know too much.
Anyway, is everyone back now? Maybe not. Ryan, are you here? Aaron,
Or is he
are you
just
here?
muted again? Nope, I'm not here.
And I heard Dain here.
Aye.
And of course Talos, and so Ryan's the only one not here just yet.
Unless he's muted himself.
I guess not. No, we can keep hanging out a little bit until he gets here, but then. But that was something I always enjoyed with Fallout 4 was just kind of trying out each different ending with the different factions. Although not all of them felt most of them didn't really feel like a Fallout ending in a way, you know?
Yeah.
Especially with how, at the very end, they didn't do what they did with the last two games, where they show up the epilogue of what happens with each individual companion, or it just they have all one ending essentially, which I didn't really.
Yeah.
And then even with the introduction of the Nuka World DLC,
Nuka World was weird. Nuka World, you had if you didn't do it right, you would mess up everything because it's oh, you are now the overboss and all the other factions are now your enemies.
Yeah, if you got to it late game, it became a thing of you're destroying literally everything that you have built up to this point. In order to, if you wanted to explore the full route of the Nuka World.
Yeah, or it's if you really, really wanted to do Nuka World, you could also do Nuka World first, basically power level yourself up through the game, do Nuka World first, and then do the main story after.
That's what I did on one playthrough where I was I'm going to do this playthrough as if I was a bandit, and I'm going to become the bandit king, and so level 1, as soon as I got out of the vault, I went, I had to find my way physically there from memory, and then from there, basically, I had to power my way through with cheap weapons, and then upgrading as I got a few things until, by the time I was done with Nuka World, I went from level, 1 to level 30.
Yeah, I know there's a new mod. There's a mod that a couple group of you they did there. You can actually, instead of starting off the game as the Vault Dweller, you actually started off as a Wasteland survivor from the and they did stuff where our characters in the Wasteland know that you're not a Vault Dweller. You're just you found the vault afterward. It's an interesting one, though. I'm really hoping that they are able to finish the Fallout London. I really want to play that mod.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I think Ryan's back. I saw his name blip up.
Yep, I'm here. Just didn't want to interrupt anyone.
Well, then if we're all back, we shall get back into it. As it is nighttime. And then Talos, you were up first.
Yeah, I'm taking the first watch.
Alright, go ahead and roll me perception.
Alright. Perception. 11.
As the night goes down, you turn on your drift globe and you patrol the camp. You can hear the sounds of the nightlife, still the buzzing of bugs all around, and otherwise just it's hot and humid and like you feel very uncomfortable as you just kind of roam around patrolling the camp at night. And after several hours of keeping watch over your friends, it is time for you to take your rest, and you go to Dain to get him up for his shift.
Dang.
Is it that time already?
Nothing to report. Everything seems to be quiet.
Oh, that's good. Alright. Have a good one. I'll see if I'll do my watch.
Alright. Start heading off to bed and like stifling a yawn.
You use your dark vision, so I assume you don't have any lights out or anything, Dain.
Nah.
And so you have a little bit better vision as the light from the drift globe and other light sources could cause some of the haziness and the fog that's starting to roll in, a little bit hard to see through, but with your dark vision, you're able to kind of pierce through it a little bit better. You look around and you see in a nearby water, you see one of the crocodigators slowly swimming its way downstream. And kind of keep an eye on it for a little bit, making sure it doesn't get too close to camp, but fortunately it doesn't make its way over. As you proceed to continue to roam around and keep an eye on camp, you look over and you see like some eyes for a second near Milo, and you kind of shake your head a little bit as you realize that Murph's just kind of looked up at you and just kind of nuzzled back up next to Milo.
Give him a wave.
And otherwise, your watch goes off without a hitch.
Alrighty. I'm gonna go poke Milo.
As you get within 10 feet of Milo, Milo's just gonna jolt out of bed.
What the morning?
I'm just picturing Milo immediately just doing the vampire rise up to his feet, but just instant.
Yeah, basically.
What are you doing up so before?
I fucking felt you walking towards me.
Hey, fair. Well,
Don't fucking sneak up on people like that, god damn.
I'm a dwarf in heavy armor. I'm not exactly sneaking.
Fair enough, alright. Have a good night.
Have a good one.
And you have a very thorough look over the surrounding area, Milo, as you proceed to kind of go around camp, and you don't really see anything in the waters. And as you kind of look up to the treetops as well, you do see at least some creatures sleeping up there, what looks to be some birds perhaps. You look over and you see what appears to be a vine, but with your sharp perception, you realize, oh, that's not a vine, that's a snake. But otherwise, you do not see or detect anything of any threat in your camp.
Very well. I was gonna remember where that snake is and then go wake up Dallen.
You go up to Dallen and he's hugging the Inferno rifle, sleeping.
Milo just kind of very quietly sneaks up behind you and then just grabs onto both of your shoulders and just vigorously shakes you awake.
Dallen immediately pulls his pistol out and shoves it to his head. Get away from me! Get away from me right now!
I mean, if you really want me to, I'll do it again.
Nah, it's ruined now. I'm awake now. Alright. What do I need to do? Is it my turn?
It's your turn for watch, since someone went to bed crying like a baby. For some reason.
Yeah, well, such a weird thing to do, yeah. Because Dallen's kind of isn't looking at you in your eyes.
I'm too tired for this shit. Smiley goes back over to bed.
Dallen's gonna go over with his bedroll and kind of just put it over you like a blanket. As he whispers, weighted blanket.
And a perception check from you, Dallen.
Oh no.
As you have your watch. Wow.
Wowie woo.
You also have a similar part of your watch as the light starts to return in the morning. You look about and you see a few of the different nightlife creatures kind of fluttering by from time to time. You do also see what looks to be a vine, but is actually a snake dangling from a tree as you're just like, eh. And otherwise, your shift also goes off without a hitch.
Very nice. Alright. I guess just on the meantime, while he's looking around, he's just gonna be cleaning his guns, checking, make sure they're all at tip-top shape.
Very good. At the end of your shift, the sun is up, and all of you begin to stir, as you all benefit from a long rest.
Hey. Morning and all.
Anything to report?
Snake crawled in your bed.
I jump up in there.
Don't worry, I put it in your armor.
So kind of looking around.
As you look around, you do not see any snakes.
Where's gone?
I mean, I didn't see any of that, but I definitely saw an alligator or one of those big crocodiles like going down the river there.
Yeah, I think. Looked real hungry too.
Dallen, you're being mean. The crocodigator went up to him and licked him on the face as a way to tell him goodnight.
Oh yeah, I think it was Princess. She got real big.
Anywho. So, got places to be, people to kill. You know, the usual.
Well, I suppose we should pack up and get moving then. As Hemlock just kind of dusts off his coat a bit and goes, "Hello, I'm still here, by the way."
Alrighty.
Morning, Hemlock.
Morning. Well, we should be a few days out from Raven's Crest if my calculations are correct.
No, no time like the present. Smile will then proceed to roll up his bedroll and wait for everyone else to get ready.
I think I can. I think we should probably start heading out. The quicker we get out of this swamp, the better.
I would say so.
Dane's also going to pack stuff up and join Milo.
Dallen's doing the same.
As you all pack up and gather your stuff, you hear the sounds of nature as usual as you all step back into the swamp to make your way south. Okay, well, I need someone else to roll me a D100.
Alrighty. I shall do it. Which
My probability rolls have been just above the threshold that I've set it at.
11? Oh, I can move to 11. Okay. I don't want to fuck around with that.
All right. So, as you all proceed to make your way south, you come across a few some ground that at least seems a little familiar, but then as you continue moving, like you lose track of what ground you previously tread upon, as it almost seems as if the swamp is in a constant flux of movement, as some places look familiar, don't have the same like dry land that you treaded on before. Almost as if the rise and fall of the water seems to just be kind of constant. It makes traversing it through just as difficult as always. You would think that having gone through it once before would be easier, but you would be incorrect. As you all proceed to continue walking, way off in the distance you do see the remnants of that village where you remember the owlbear was located, and you all tend to kind of take a wide berth in the opposite direction to kind of not get too close. Eventually, as you are walking through the swamp, you come across what appears to be an old flat-bottomed boat kind of on shore. It's got some water in it, and there upon it sits a single oar. But you do not see any signs of anyone who would have owned it nearby. It seems to have been sitting here for some time.
I wonder if Marquis used to, or brought that in here.
Hey, possibly. It's the only other source of, well, besides the ruins, it's the only other source of civilization that we've seen out here.
And as you all regard it, you proceed. If there's nothing else you want to do with it, you proceed onward.
Very well.
As you continue to travel throughout the day, I'll need a general Constitution saving throw from all you to see if the bugs or the environment are affecting you in any way.
Alright. Constitution.
Very, very nice. Having grown a bit more accustomed to it, being a little bit of smaller statue, Milo, like you feel a little bit of the effect of the swamp upon you, but you're hardy enough that you're able to kind of keep your chin up and keep treading onward. You all do not suffer any negative benefits for remaining in the swamp. And so,
Oh, yay.
As you continue traveling, eventually the sun begins to set as another day is coming to a close. And what do you all do?
Dallen will start the first watch, but he's gonna get back to trying to learn his the language he's trying to figure out.
I was gonna try to first find a spot to set up camp.
I was gonna assist with that.
I shall do my history check.
Very
I
nice.
guess.
Similar to how Talos or Dain and Milo did it the night before. Milo, you're able to find a good general area where Talos then is the one to actually look and finds a relatively decent spot. It's got some foliage in a very unique way that it blocks all but one direction of vision, allowing you to have an excellent spot in the foliage to kind of set up your camp and be hidden from almost all eyes. As you all set up and get yourself comfortable.
Oh, very nice.
As you all get your bedrolls out, and Dallen proceeds to try and do some work with his little bottle that you all see him kind of hovering over every night. And give me another history check there, Dallen. And then, is there anyone else doing anything? Anything from you, Dain?
Nah, Dane's just chilling for the night.
Very good. And Milo?
You know, can Milo go back through all the bottles that he just recently took and kind of see if there's any more that he can inject into himself again?
Yeah, give me an investigation check. 14. As you take a look through the collection, as Murph kind of spits one out, and you have a look, and you're like, no, this is... I don't know what quite is up with this one. The majority of them seems to have, like, some cloudy smoke in them, of which you're not quite certain of what's going on. Some of them do appear to, like, look similar to the one that belonged to Hemlock. And so you kind of set those aside. The rest of them seem to almost have a more of a smoky texture to them that seems similar to what Dallen has, although they're significantly different in a way you're not able to quite understand. But essentially, with that investigation, you're able to kind of separate into two different categories, where there's only a couple different bottles that seem to be somewhat similar to what Hemlock has.
Very well.
And none of them are like the other one that you used to inject into your arm. Which is you kind of flex your arm a little bit and kind of get a feel. Like, you're still not quite sure if it did anything to you or body or your arm in particular, but the soreness in your arm has kind of gone away.
That's good.
And then, Dallen, as you continue to work on getting language, you're able to come up with a few more signs and symbols, and as you try to work it to the smoke bottle, you feel as if you may have gone and made a little bit of progress, as they seem to kind of start to mimic those new signs, and you feel as if you've made some headway.
Nice. Alright, that's good to hear.
And as the night gets to be later, you all start to go to bed. As Dallen, you're taking first watch.
Yep.
And who's taking the next couple watches?
Dane will take second.
Alrighty.
I suppose I'll do third.
And Talos at the rear.
In the rear with the gear.
So, as the rest of you all go to sleep, Dallen, you proceed to kind of watch over camp for the night. Being in a much smaller, like more confined area, you only have really one area to kind of patrol, which makes it a little easier to keep an eye out on, as the rest has such thick foliage that like nothing can really get through. You proceed to kind of wander around the entrance of camp and take a look out. As you do, you don't really see any other lights or anything, other movements out and about in the swamp. Even the buzzing of insects seems to be quieter in this part of the swamp in particular. You feel as if Talos chose a very nice, safe place to camp. As the end of your shift comes, and you get ready to get the next person for their shift.
Alright. It was Talos, right?
Was Dain.
Fuck. I'm sorry.
It's alright.
Dallen's gonna go over to Dain and kind of just slowly take his blanket off, before he tries to flick him on the nose.
Give me a Constitution saving throw real quick, Dain, as you feel that the blanket starts coming off. You're still asleep.
Dallen's gonna keep on flicking his nose until he wakes up.
You feel a slight stinging on your nose as you stir.
Gonna pick this motherfucker up and just throw him.
Just turn the hammock over.
Do an athletics check there, Dallen. You pick up Dain and you have him over your shoulders. As Dain, you'll automatically fail your Constitution save as you wake up and you're in the air above as Dallen is holding you.
Not again, not again, not again!
Before he says anything, Dallen just throws him at a tree.
Oh, come.
You're throwing Dain at a tree?
Yes.
Alright. Go ahead and roll an attack, and Dain, give me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. What's my normal attack?
Be like a d20 plus your strength, so do a strength check.
Strength check?
'Cause
Gotcha.
I don't imagine you're proficient with like improvised weapons.
Nope.
Ooh.
It's a
Give me
choice.
a 1d2, like give me a 1d4 plus your strength.
1d4 plus my strength. Let's roll. Check strength. Yep. Fuck. There we go.
Ooh.
8 damage.
Dain, you'll take 4
Ow.
bludgeoning damage as like you get thrown in the air and you manage to kind of maneuver your way in the mid-air just enough to where like you hit a tree and you plop on the ground and you have the wind knocked out of you.
Dallen's just gonna slink over to him, just up to his face, and just whisper, "Wake up."
Tim, would me and Talos need to make a Constitution saving throw after hearing a dwarf in full plate armor hit a tree and
Well, you
then
wouldn't
the
be in
ground?
plate armor. In order to get like a long rest, you have to doff your armor.
Ah, that's right.
Unless it's light armor, that's the only difference. But medium and heavy armor, you have to doff it in order to get a benefit from a long rest. But I will say, if you two want to do a Constitution saving throw to see if this stirs
Please
you
don't.
for it.
I mean, I'd rather not.
Yeah, please don't.
Hey, you already mentioned it, so go for it.
Fair enough.
You're still asleep.
You're lucky, Dallen.
Let me get up to my tomfoolery, goddammit.
You can do your tomfoolery, just don't wake me the fuck up.
I'm gonna use my lucky to re-roll that.
Alrighty. Go for it.
No, I'm gonna aid him. Before he wakes up, I'm gonna smack him down.
Oh, that's not the same roll there, Talos.
Oh, dang. Damn it. Oh, not. There we go.
That's just enough, I will say. You
Okay,
are
good.
still asleep, Talos.
Yeah, Dallen just like hovers over Dain, just like eyeballs it, just whispering to
You hear
face to
for a
face.
moment, Dallen. You hear Talos start to stir a little bit as you hear.
Before he says anything, Dallen just freezes for a second, and then goes back to whisper to you. Wake up.
Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare.
You're lucky we're in the same party, Dallen.
I tried waking up nicely the first time, and the second time.
Dane's just gonna rub his nose. I don't think smacking me in the face constitutes as politely.
That was the third time.
Dane's just gonna get up and stretch. It's like, well, now that I'm awake, go back to bed before I throw you into a tree.
That's fair. Dallen goes over and sleeps.
Please do, just because.
Alright, Dain, go ahead and give me a perception check as you do your watch. Your head's throbbing a little bit, and like as you're kind of looking about, and you don't really see anything as you're just kind of massaging your sore body. As getting thrown into a tree without any armor on, you're just like, ugh. It's been a while since I've taken a hit without some armor to block it.
And to kind of combat it, he's just gonna take the iron flask that he's filled with alcohol and just take a swig from it.
Yeah. But otherwise, you don't really see anything on your shift as the next shift comes up.
Okay, now I actually have forgotten. Was it Talos or Milo?
It was Milo.
Milo?
Y'all gotta remember this yourself.
I did until I was thrown against a tree.
I got up to my tomfoolery. I distracted him.
So who you waking?
Dane's just gonna kind of like just stumble over to the both of them, just sort of looking from side to side and just going, go Milo, and just sort of just go over and nudge him.
Before you even get within 5 feet of him, he already wakes up and be like, yeah,
It's your watch.
fine.
Don't look down on their trees.
Fucking
Dane's
what?
just gonna, without any context, Dane's just gonna face plant onto his under his bed. Hammock, whatever.
Miles like just gonna stare at Dallen, see where he is. Make sure he's not near any trees.
You see Dallen curled up with his infernal rifle in his arms, just sleeping on his
Curled up next to a tree.
As you make your rounds for the night, Milo, you do not really see anything. You keep your ears sharp and you look around, and you see what looks to be like a deer off in the distance, just kind of moseying about, but then eventually kind of laying down and having it is going to sleep itself. But otherwise, you don't really see anything.
Very well.
As your watch goes off without a hitch.
Covered. Wake up Talos.
My watch?
Morning sunshine. Don't let Dallen near trees. Until I got it for you. As Milo will then go back to bed.
Very well.
Perception check from you,
Talos a bit
Talos.
confused. One perception check.
You see Dallen near a tree, sleeping, curled up with an infernal rifle in his arms.
Talos is very confused. But it's like seeing how that rifle's there, Talos is more wary on trying to wake him up, so he's just gonna keep an eye on him.
So, as the sun begins to come back up, you roam around and take a look at the surrounding areas, and fortunately, there's nothing that really comes up as your watch goes off without a hitch. And in the morning, Milo and Talos, you benefit from a long rest. Dain and Dallen, you get a short rest in.
Alright, I'm gonna stop doing bullshit then. Seems like I'm getting punished for it now.
Well, you hurt someone.
Yeah.
You actively made an attack, and Dain got injured from it, and the soreness and bruising that he got from it would have interrupted his long rest.
Alright.
I appreciate it, but I will say that basically a long rest constitutes you have to go at least 6 hours of sleeping and then a couple hours of light activity. Which light activity could be like reading or just kind of keeping an eye on things like a watch.
You're telling me picking up someone and throwing them at a tree is not light activity?
I'm afraid not. As the morning comes, you all wake up. Dain, you're feeling sore in your ribs, and Dallen, you're feeling a little more tired than you should as your muscles ache a little bit.
Well, Dallen's gonna go over to Dain before he wakes up, and he's gonna cast Cure Wounds. I haven't put it on yet, but it's my current new feat that I have. What's it? 1d8 plus 4.
Maybe whatever your spell casting modifier is.
Yeah. 9 health.
You get restored back to full, Dain, as you feel a warm hand touch your body as you're getting up.
Very nice.
And Dal's gonna enter stealth, hopefully, so just in case he wakes up from that. He doesn't know that's me.
You catch Dain just staring at you.
And then that one.
Yikes.
As you proceed to try to sneak away, you are so tired from not getting a full rest in that you end up tripping on a stick and plopping into a very moist part of the swamp. As Dain, as you get up, you see Dallen in a very interesting condition.
You alright there, Dallen?
Better.
He's gonna go over and help him up.
Oh, hey Dallen, by the way, I shit right there.
Yeah, Dallen's just gonna go off somewhere. Just kind of sit there.
So as you all get up and clean up your camp, eventually you are ready to travel on again. And is there anything you all are doing before you head off?
I think Talos is gonna be mostly doing his regular making sure everything's properly packed and making sure the air any stuff that's left at the camp is any remnants of fire or whatever is make sure it's stomped out and whatnot.
Sounds good. You take the time and you get everything fixed up and good to go.
Ben's gonna make sure that Hemlock is with us and ask how he is.
Quite all right. Stirred a little bit when I thought I heard something at night, but when I didn't hear any combat, I went right back to bed.
Hey, there was nothing to worry about last night.
Well, I assumed as such, otherwise I would likely be dead now.
Hey, that's fair.
And so, that you all have the day ahead of you, as you all, I assume, continue to head back towards town.
Yes, sir.
So you know, it is the 10th of Elysius.
Very nice.
So, as you all make your way south, let me see here. Okay. You proceed through the day, dealing with bugs and whatnot. I'll need a general Constitution saving throw from all you to see how you all handle it.
Alright.
Milo like a champ.
Not today, Satan!
Hey, not so much.
Feeling a little sore. You feel a little bit assaulted by the bugs, but fortunately, due to the way that you are as a paladin, you're not affected physically by it. Although mentally, it is incredibly taxing on you, as like the bugs are buzzing all around you. You have to keep swatting them out of your beard, and it's just you're miserable.
At some point, Dain just uses parts of his beard and like makes like little earplugs out of them and just puts them in his ears, just to stop the buzzing.
And a long day
Yes.
trudging through the mud and swamp comes and goes as it is once again nearing nighttime. As you all made good progress getting back towards Raven's Crest.
Very good.
And so what do? Yeah, just gonna die then, I guess.
Want me to roll? The D100?
I didn't ask for a D100. I asked what you all do.
Oh, sorry.
I was gonna look for a place to sleep again.
Sorry, my nephew distracted me.
Yeah, you're all good. You're all good. So with a 17, as you take a look around, Milo, you actually find the remnants of an old shack that is still somewhat above the water. It doesn't have a roof anymore, but it's a large enough shack that you all can easily kind of bed in it.
Fair enough.
As you all get inside this old shed, you hear the wood creaking a little bit. But no parts of it break as you all kind of get in there and set up yourselves for the night. Well, I don't know about you, gentlemen, but as Hemlock takes out his boots and pours out a small stream of water, I'll be most glad to get out of this dampness of this swamp.
I think all of us are in the same boat with you.
Hey, I can definitely attest to that. Enjoy the mountain air and not this.
I'm just glad that this particular run of our trip here has been a little less eventful.
Agreed. Munching on a ration.
Oh yeah, all you write off a ration for the day before and today. I forgot to mention that. Well, as he takes a bite of some dried meat. suppose once we reach back to Ravenscrest, what do you all plan on doing from there? I'll be returning back to my vacation after reporting my findings and, well, making sure that the authorities are alerted of what has transpired today. Well, not today, but our trip.
Well, probably go say hello to an old friend, and then, well, I don't know from there. We do have some prior engagement back on the east coast of Dundras.
Could always just walk up to Lancaster and just try to teleport back over there.
Hey, we could do that as well.
Back to Lancaster. So you mean to walk back through the swamp and then make your way up to past the mountains and all the way over there?
Yes.
Like Talos is a little confused, like sitting there, like while he's munching on his ration, like.
And you were just saying how you were tired of dealing with the swamp. I didn't know you were quite a fan of it then. As he kind of gives you a wink.
I'm tired of it. But can also make a stop along the way. Hopefully deal with some unfinished business of mine. That is, if everyone's alright with it.
Hey, I'm down with that.
Alright, and
I'm down.
well, I'm afraid that you won't have my charming company for you for the swamp again this time, but I will have wished you all well. I got to say, you are very lovely company, and this has been quite an interesting diversion to my vacation, but I must say the adventure has certainly been enjoyable, if not a little crazy at times.
Wait, you've been on vacation this entire time?
Yes, Mr. Blackspire. If you do not recall, I told you that I was here on Ravenscrest on vacation when the murder occurred, and, well, it piqued my interest enough, and I happened to take up the case then.
Ah, yes, I do remember. My apologies, it slipped my mind.
Ah, quite all right. A lot of things have slipped my mind as late as well. What were we talking about again?
What are we doing afterwards?
Oh, right, yes. Well, I will be returning to, of course, my vacation.
Well, first I think we should try to make sure to identify what's in each of the bottles. Get those identified when we get to the city first, and get to your wits back.
Yes.
What bottles?
I was just like that's like that kind of like that meme with Stewie, like with a slow head turn, like.
Didn't you have that rather monstrosity of a bag suck up all those bottles back at the Hag's Hut?
His name is Morse, and I don't think I did. As Milo kind of just tries to have Morse pull out something that resembles a bottle.
Pull out like 30 vials.
Insight for anyone that one wants to.
I'm not questioning it. Dallen's kind of walks away.
And what are you having Murph do?
I'm just gonna try to have him pull out like a empty vial or something, just to really fuck with the rest of the party.
Murph just spits out an empty bottle of healing.
Oh, from the one from Marcus, got it.
Oh, but there's Hemlock kind of scratches his head a bit. I thought it was this damnable swamp. I suppose it's messing with all of our heads. Perhaps it's the fumes, the vapors getting to us.
Hey, it does rather reek in here. Not a swamp, but by the ancestors.
Well, we have another long day tomorrow. Hopefully we'll have reached Raven's Crest by nightfall. Well, I bid you all good night. We'll see you in the morning.
Have a good evening, Hemlock.
Hemlock kind of goes over to his bedroll and proceeds to go to sleep.
Do we need to do watches?
Dane's gonna take first watch.
I'll take second.
I suppose I'll do third again.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
So, one sec. Oh, that's why. That's why audio's cutting out. My headphones are halfway plugged in.
Yeah, that generally doesn't help.
So who's doing first? The watch first.
I've got first watch.
Dane, Dallen, me, then you.
Okay.
Okay. And so as you all get ready, is there anything you all doing before you go to sleep?
Nope, Dallen's going to bed.
Dane's gonna sort his gear out before heading over to sit by the door.
Sounds good. And then anything from you, Milo?
Nope.
Alrighty. So then, as you all go to bed, you all start your watches. So I'll need some perception check.
For reception.
Alright. As you proceed to go through your watch, you take some careful consideration of the creaky boards as you kind of slowly move about, trying not to make too much noise. You're feeling a little sleepy from the day prior, but you don't let that get to you as you're able to still do a decent watch.
Ah, very good.
And as you proceed to finish up your watch, nothing happens.
Oh, very good. Sorry, I got caught mid-yawn.
You're good.
It was like, Dane's gonna slowly stand up and start walking over to Dallen.
Alrighty.
He just goes up to Dallen and, just gently shakes him awake.
My turn?
Hey, it's your turn.
Alright, well.
Hey.
Go to bed. I'll start my shift.
Hey, I am shattered. I'm going to bed. There's nothing out there tonight. Not that I could see.
And as you proceed to do your watch there, Dallen, you take also consideration of the obvious different like noises of the night. You hear some buzzing of insects around, and otherwise you don't really notice anything. Your watch goes off without a hitch.
Alright. Down goes to wake up Milo.
And once again, like the previous nights, as soon as you get within 10 feet, Milo's already awake.
And Dallen goes to bed. well, tells him nothing goes on, nothing happened, and it seems like a quiet night, and goes to sleep.
As you get up for your watch, Milo.
22.
Very nice, very nice. As you proceed to kind of go around, you take immediate notice of all the boards that particularly creak the loudest, and you tend to avoid those as you proceed to roam around and take a look at the surrounding area. And as you do, let's see if you made that actually.
I made what?
You don't happen to notice anything in particular as you're roaming around the cabin.
Don't like that, but alright.
And so, as far as you're aware, your watch goes off without a hitch.
Okay, I'm gonna go wake up Talos now.
Talos, you get stirred awake.
Well, whichever time it is.
Yeah, morning. Your turn.
Oh, alright. Buddy, I need you to turn that down. Yes, it's loud. Sorry. Nephew keeps turning the volume up. And, like, here, where are the other headphones? Here, put it on. Alright. Talos is gonna start his patrol.
Alrighty. As Milo gets settled down and goes to sleep. Go ahead and give me a perception.
Perception. Ooh, that sucked.
Especially with the nat 20 on the other side.
Well, technically, technically when I go back to technically I can still use one of my luckies because now I'm back up to 3. So.
Are you?
Well, cause let me see. Was I the last patrol the previous night?
Mm-hmm.
Then that means I'm down to 2 then. So I have 2 left. I might as well use it.
Alright, go ahead and roll again.
Much better.
Very nice. As you proceed with your shift for the night, you carefully look about, taking careful consideration. You hear something odd as you happen to look through a crack at the floorboards, as you thought you heard something swishing in the water. And below the shack.
I'm gonna have my drift globe light make it a little slightly brighter, just so enough so I can see.
And as you kind of make it brighter, you look through the cracks. You can't immediately see anything.
I'm gonna go outside of the shack and try to see if I can get to where it would be, where if I can get a better view from what's under the shack.
Alrighty. So as you go out, make me another perception check.
Sure. Oh, sorry, wrong one. I don't know why I clicked nature.
As as you proceed to kind of take another look, the water is perfectly still as best you can see. You shine the drift globe and kind of have it go underneath the shed as best you can. That's about a good 3 feet of distance between the shed and the water below. You're not able to see anything.
Strange. Very strange.
Let's see, you were the last watch of the night, weren't you, Talos?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, anything else you're doing?
I'm gonna be a little bit more on my guard, but I'm gonna be most like probably do the rest of my patrol, but being a little bit more on my guard for any sounds or noises.
As it was near the end of your shift, the sun is rising as all of you are benefiting from a long rest. As Talos...
Hey. So hurry!
Yeah. So you lose your levels of exhaustion. As you are heading back up into the shed to greet your fellow friends from waking up, I'm assuming a 13 doesn't hit you.
No, it does not.
As breaking through the boards of the stairs leading up to the shed, a ginormous crocodile reaches up to try to bite at you. To which you just go, whoa, 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 whoa.
I'm gonna take a swing at it with my hammer.
Go for it. Ooh, a 20 will definitely hit it. As you bonk it in the head, just crack!
Wait, let me roll, because it's still doing that thing where it's not adding the radiant. It was 1d...
And then you're not wearing your armor currently, as you were obviously resting.
Yeah, no.
But then does the 17 hit you?
1 sec. One second, I'm checking something. 17 does hit me.
Alright, as you proceed to dodge the bite attack that comes up from below, you swing around and smash it in its head with your hammer, and as it tries to retreat back into the water, it swings its tail at you and manages to... there it is. Manages to deal 11 bludgeoning damage and it smashes you with this giant tail. And I need you to do a strength saving throw.
Strength saving throw.
You easily make it. As the sail smashes into you, take a couple steps back as you reel from the blow, but you manage to not get knocked over as the giant crocodile slithers into the water again.
Alright. Sorry, I was trying to figure out where the button was for the radiant damage, so it took a total of 13 damage. Damn thing.
And the rest of you all get stirred by this. You still get all of you benefit from long rest, but you all heard the kind of crash of the wood.
Tim, because I have alert, would I be able to make at least one attack on it?
Yeah, because you can't be surprised. The rest of you are surprised, and Talos, since he was already kind of actively searching for it, he was able to. So, as it's kind of escaping into the water, what are you trying to do, Milo?
Milo's going to attack it with the defender.
It's at the outside the cabin, and you're on the other side. You're able
I thought you said it broke through the floorboard.
Yeah, well, through the stairs just outside where Talos was.
Gotcha. Alright, I'll move over and then attack it.
Alright. You going for a melee attack?
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, as you heard the crash and you saw Talos smash it with a hammer and then get smacked by a tail, you see as it's starting to escape, you charge towards it real quick. Go ahead and make an attack roll. Oof, that definitely hits.
Okay. I'd be very concerned if it didn't. For 18 damage?
Yes. What was that first one again? The 1d6? The don't ask about this roll?
Yep, give me 1 second.
Ah, yes. Alright, so yeah, and as it starts to run away, you come up and whoosh, slash the defender across the back of the giant crocodile, adding an additional 18 points of damage to the 13 as it slithers into the water. Whoosh.
Oh, I don't get my bonus action?
Not for a surprise round.
Fair enough.
And so as we kind of get through, again, Talos, you see Milo's there as Dain and Dallen, you all are stirring.
Damned thing. And I kind of just rub my arm where the tail hit me.
What's that noise?
Crocodile.
Crocodile?
Tried to take a chomp out of me. Was able to get back in kind, but it smacked me with its tail. That is gonna leave a... It kind of just kind of flex the arm.
You alright over there?
Got me with its tail.
You all can do a quick perception check.
That's funny.
What do I thought that was me for a second. I was like,
Dallen and Dain, makes sense. You aren't outside. You don't see this crocodile. You don't hear it at all. Milo, as you got the last bite onto it, you do see it in the water underneath the shed, essentially. Talos, a perception from you.
Oh yeah, 1 sec.
You don't see the crocodile either.
I'm like, just like, damn thing.
Milo, you have your eyes on it as it's turned around in the water and is currently stationary, staring at you.
Going to get my gear.
Can I use my tentacle blade and just teleport right next to it, since I'm assuming it's in dim light right now?
It is, and it's in like at least like 10 feet of water.
That's fine.
And yes, as you do, you teleport over to it.
Did the 19 hit?
It does indeed.
For another 12 damage. Or sorry, yes.
As you stab into it, it hisses. As what do you use your bonus?
No, that was my bonus, since the tentacle blade ability
Oh, right.
takes an action.
And so while while Talos goes up to his gear and the other two are doing the thing, it will proceed to bite you for a 21 to hit.
That hits.
Ooh. You will take 21 piercing damage, and I need you to do a... let's see. Oh, and you are grappled. You're just automatically grappled.
Neat.
As it grapples you and goes into the water.
Talos, I'm pretty sure Talos hears this and like what's going on, so he's like, shit, trying to rush to get his gear on.
Yeah, and you know that at this point, if you're trying to don your armor, it would take at least, like, you're putting on medium or heavy armor?
Talos was originally going to get back on his adamantine plate, but hearing that, he's probably going to, let's see.
Because that would take you 10 minutes to put on.
Let's see, I think I have something else. Let me see. Do I still have it?
I mean, to be fair, anything that you do put on is going to take at least a minute, even if it is light armor. If I remember correctly.
I have my mithril scale mail still.
From Dane's... from the point where Dain is right now, can he see what's just happened outside? Tim?
Dang it, I was muted. Yes, so you saw Talos rush in from the outside, and it goes to his gear as you kind of heard him mumbling, and then you saw Milo, whose keen eye like squints at something, and then you watch as he pulls out a dagger from his side. As he does, you see him disappear in a black cloudy smoke, and then you hear right below you some splashing as you hear, and then as you hear Milo go, eep, and then splash, and then silence.
But I can't see them currently, can I?
If you look through the floorboards, you're able to kind of see a bit of the water below you. Like, it is very murky now. It has been very much heavily displaced, and a lot of the a lot of mud and stuff has been moved about, and there's a little bit of darkness in the water as well. But you cannot see them as they are underwater.
Back. Alright, I'm gonna reach into my bag of holding and pull out my abyssal trident, swapping it out for my axe for a minute. And I'm gonna use Call of the Deep to summon an eldritch creature to go help Milo.
Alrighty.
How long would it take me to put on this mithril scale mail? Would that take a shorter amount of time?
That would still be 5 minutes technically.
I'm gonna try to get that on. See if I can put that on, because it being lighter, and it takes a slightly little less time.
You're gonna take 50 turns to put that on.
50 turns?
Yeah, I guess it's 5 minutes.
Damn. Okay, then Talos, he's just gonna be like, he's gonna just, 1 sec. Backpack.
I'm trying to find the relic again. There we go. From the trident.
Talos is just gonna quickly chug a potion of healing and then charge back outside.
Alright, you grab your stuff,
He's just gonna outside. He's not gonna, he's just be like, fuck, and drop it.
And that's for you, Milo.
It's
you see a weird eldritch creature suddenly appear next to you as it looks at the crocodile, seemingly waiting for a command from the one that summoned it.
It's slightly concerning since I've never seen this before, but alright.
As you run outside, Talos, you don't quite see Milo. And you don't see the crocodile either. And anything you're doing, Dallen?
Put his Cloak of the Manta Ray on.
Yep. With the, should I roll for that, chugging that potion as I'm running out?
Are you using your action to, give the benefits, or are you just gonna, bonus action it?
Bonus action it.
Then yeah, go ahead and roll for it. You gain back 4 hit points. Oof.
Not a lot, and it's just a regular potion too, so it's nothing crazy.
Yep. So you as you're running out, you trip over some of the boards and you spill some of it.
Yeah, Talos is a bit more squishy right now.
Alright, and then as you put on the Cloak of the Manta Ray, or anything else you're doing, Dallen?
Dallen's gonna pull out his dagger and jump into the water.
Alright. As you just kind of go through an open shed window, you dive into the water. Swoosh. And
okay. Well, what do I see?
as you look through the murkiness of the water, it's all very difficult to see. Most of the water is between 7 to 10 feet deep, essentially. And you kind of see what looks to be like a log, a weird like underwater creature thing standing next to it, or like floating next to it, and then kind of flailing angrily. Looks to be like some small legs kind of sticking out of the mouth of this log.
Don's gonna go over to the log and check it out.
Alright, and so as we kind of get to the top of the turn order again, you are still grappled, Milo, but essentially, as you were underwater, you have a total amount of time equal to your Constitution modifier, which is 1.
So I have a minute.
So yeah, you have a minute before you'll start to drown.
Okay.
Which is a long time.
Yeah, 10 turns.
So I know I'm grappled.
Yeah,
However,
you can attempt to escape if you wish.
would I still be holding on to both my weapons?
Yeah, you still have access to your weaponry. You just can't move.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Actually, I want to check something. Okay, Milo's gonna use his tentacle blades action and teleport out of the grapple.
Sounds good. As suddenly as you get up to this log down, you watch his legs just disappear in a cloud of black smoke, just as the maw that was holding it just clamps shut totally. As it just, you hear kind of a confused grunt.
And then Milo's going to attack it again.
Go for it.
17?
That hits.
Okay, and now quick question. Is that Eldritch being,
You also have
considered
Dallen
an-
nearby.
Oh, okay. Never mind
So
then.
yes.
Just making sure.
And yes, it'd be considered an ally.
Whew. You thrust your sword into it, gushing like blood everywhere into the water. As it hisses.
Okay, that's Milo's turn.
It will then proceed to try and bite you again, Milo. This time a natural 1. As you have your sword deep into its neck where it can't quite reach you as it and in the process, as it's flailing, does a 16 hit you, Dallen?
If it meets, it beats.
As its tail, as it's flailing about, as you watch as this log suddenly becomes alive and is flailing about, you realize, oh no, this is a crocodile. Oh no, as you take 19 points of bludgeoning damage to the face as the tail smashes into you.
Alright.
As it begins to kind of try to do some death rolls, but it's not quite getting what it's looking for. And you don't need to make any sort of strength saving throws because you're underwater, you can't become prone.
Gotcha.
As Talos, are you doing anything?
Talos
You see flailing in the water. As Milo suddenly appeared in black smoke up on the surface of the water and dove down upon this thing.
Let's see. Talos is gonna get out his vicious bow and try to take aim at the crocodile.
Alright, go ahead and roll to hit.
Right.
Whew. Yep, and a
31
31 will hit. As you... And you watch Milo as you're stabbing it. You watch as an arrow comes through its skull. And it seems to stop thrashing about as it floats to the surface.
And Milo uses the reaction and get another soul trinket from that.
Yes. As you've killed a giant crocodile.
Whew.
Do 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 do.
Everyone all right?
I mean, I'm all right up here. I don't know about those two down there. They're currently underwater still. And command the abyssal entity to sort of just swim up, come back up to the surface before it disappears.
Yeah, it rejoins you up there.
I guess Dallen gets out of the water and does a second wind.
Oh. Well, that's something I didn't expect to be woken up by this morning.
Oh, at least we have breakfast.
Yeah, 14 hit points back. You're still sore, but you feel better after you take a nice fresh breath of air.
Guys, can we get back to town,
resting gear
please?
back on.
Well, do we want some steaks beforehand?
Milo kind of just like looks down at his arm that's probably has like several puncture holes from the jaw of this crocodile. He's like, no, I want to go back to town.
Dain's just gonna pat his shoulder and at the same time give him. Was it? I said 20 of lay on hands to him. So you regain 20 hit points there. I have no idea how much you lost, but.
That's pretty close.
Talos is gonna try to see if he can get pull out the crocodile's body out to shore.
Dallen will eat him.
Athletics check.
All right.
While they're doing that, I'm gonna help Milo pack
This
up
thing
camp.
rolled, by the way, as you were all doing your watches and whatnot near the end of the night between Milo and Talos, it rolled 2 nat 20s in a row for stealth.
Gee.
God damn.
But you actually, like, because of its nat 20, you actually matched with your normal roll. So while you couldn't see it, I was able to give to you that there was something up, because like you managed to match even with its nat 20. So that's how you weren't able to quite see it until then. And with a 20, yeah, with the help, you're all able to drag the giant thing on shore. And it is a beast. Like, this thing is massive. Like, it's a huge beast. You'd have to wager that it probably is about, like, at least 5 to 6 feet circumference in its body. And it's probably about 10 feet long. Like, as you're looking at it, Milo, you're surprised it didn't swallow you in one gulp. Because it certainly could have.
This is going to be a good meal. Plus, I'm pretty sure the hide might be worth something.
To be fair, are we really gonna sit here wait for you to skin this entire thing? Because judging by the size of that's gonna take a couple hours at least.
Well, I suppose that would be up to all of you. I mean, Do any of you have the expertise in animal skinning?
Not on my end.
Neither do I.
I've done some hunting. Can't be that difficult.
Well, I suppose there's nothing for it.
Besides, it would be a waste to just leave it here.
Get back to nature and all that. I'm sure something will come along to eat it.
And one of the things I make sure I take out the arrow I shot into it.
You're gonna roll a survival to see how much of meat you can salvage.
Yeah. Ooh. I'm gonna use my last lucky of the day because I'm not wasted. That's not better. That sucks.
You're able to get 2 pounds of crocodile meat. As a lot of the hide is really tough, and as you try to work with your knife, a lot of it has gotten damaged from like Milo stabbing, and you make some progress, and you stop as you just hit a gap, and then some parts are really tough. You're able to get basically 1 ration's worth of alligator meat.
So one ration, about 2 pounds. Let's see. So just in total, it's 1 ration's worth, right?
Yeah, of usable meat. And none of the skin is that if you try to harvest any of its hide, it's not usable.
All right.
And this process takes you a good hour to do. As the constant buzzing and heat of the swamp is just making this a miserable task.
All right. Well, it's not what I want, but it'll have to do. I'll clean myself up and then we'll be off.
Hey, sounds good. Hemlock, how far do you reckon we are from Raven's Crest itself?
Well, I imagine that we're probably about a day's worth. We couldn't be too much further.
Hey, sounds good. Well, should we, now that Talos is done with that, should we crack on back to the town?
And I'll follow you all. And so, as you all proceed to pack up what little meat you were able to get from the crocagator, you all proceed to make your way south again.
Alrighty.
Excellent.
Alrighty. As you all proceed to make your way south, you start to come to a point where you realize that you kind of recognize this particular part of the swamp. And this helps speed your way up a little bit as you continue to move along until eventually you do in fact start to see the spires of rock that surround the city of Raven's Crest just ahead. As you all make your way up to the spires, you find the pathway through one of them, and you make your way across as you find yourself at the walls of Raven's Crest at long last.
Boo!
Civilization.
There's no place like home. There's no place like home.
It is a home.
And get a good, nice hot bath, and find somewhat find a wizard or someone and get these things like those vials identified.
What vials?
Talos isn't going to even date that with a response. He's just going to continue moving forward. Like, you know what?
And I will say, as you all are making your way, nightfall is coming, but as the night comes and the fog rolls in, the bright lights from inside light up the city again with its Mardi Gras-esque atmosphere as you approach the walls, and a couple of guards raise up their hands. Oh, now see here, we'll have to check you in. Well, be damned. Is that really you lot?
Yeah.
No, that's not quite how
Hey.
I thought that was gonna go.
Before we got up to the walls, Dane would have put Thudgard's plate away and is wearing his mithril breastplate.
Sounds good. And so, as you all kind of approach, they all kind of look at you all. Well,
Yeah.
are you all here to be in one piece there? Well, just glad you made it. It was hating to have the idea of having to send a crew out your way to try and find your bodies.
Yes, well, we definitely found, we're able to, we found what we needed, and unfortunately we also found the fate of that one your guard that went missing.
Ah, yes.
Why'd you tell them about
we
that?
remember you bringing their body in. Their family's been compensated properly.
Well, we also may have found the culprit as well. Unlock? Mind showing it? The head?
Yeah, of course, as Hemlock pulls out the hack. Good bloody blazes! What in the nine hells is that?
That is a hag. Apparently, it's been making deals with anyone that's been coming out there, and was part of the reason all this happened.
Ugh, as they kind of lean down towards it. That's an ugly sort of thing, isn't it?
Yes, it was using the visage of a elderly woman, but we were able to get through its disguise.
Ugh, well, I imagine that Captain will want to speak with you about that.
Yes, and I believe there was another. We also were successful in slaying another creature. Dain?
Are you really sure it's best to bring it out?
Well, probably not to bring up, but probably you better explain since you and the others fought it.
Well, have you guys ever heard of a Hydra before?
I've heard of staying hydrated.
Best probably to report to your commander then. Oh, and does the city happen to have any mages or mages quarter, or any people that deal with magic?
Well, sure, I imagine so. We have a few magic shops around.
There's our comrade here at Hemlock. We need to have some things we found at the hag's place inspected, and
Well,
Owls, can we just do this tomorrow, please?
yeah, obviously we'll do this for tomorrow, but anyway.
Excuse me, guards, can we just get in, please? Fucking wanna go to bed.
Because
that.
a nice bath, a swamp. Ugh. Was under explained on how the nastiness of it.
aye, you all smell like shit. Ugh. Just kind of wave their hands in front of their noses. Well, get on in there. You'll have to find yourself an end for yourself, but well, there should be rooms aplenty.
I was gonna head towards the inn that we first went or stayed at when we came here.
I assume you all kind of follow him.
Yeah.
Well, I shall all meet you here in the morning. I have my own abode that I previously paid for. Need to see to make sure they haven't given my room away. In the morning, as he gives you all a tip of his hat.
Yep, tomorrow morning.
Have a good night.
Like just Talos has got like just the realization of how bad he smells. It's like I need a bath.
And so as you all make your way to the inn, the tavern keeper greets you all and reminds you all that like you already, let's see, because you only paid for the time that you were be staying there, right?
I think I paid for like 5 days worth.
And let's see, and you were only there for what was it, 2 days, 3 days?
I think so.
Yeah, so they remind you that yes, it has been a few days since then, but since you didn't stay that full days, a few you had to change rooms, but they'll be able to credit you from the previous payment to finish up your stay there.
Oh. I do appreciate that.
Thank you.
And so you all are able to like get back into your rooms for the night.
Very well.
We're going to go. Like Talos' first goal is to get out of his clothes, get himself cleaned, and then get his gear and his stuff cleaned. The swamp smell out.
Yeah, you all get to enjoy. Essentially, you have all the amenities that you're able to enjoy as you all proceed to take your baths and enjoy everything that all the common amenities.
After Milo is finished with his bath, he's gonna head downstairs and try to find a good meal, some good ale. Try to relax after that.
Easy enough. And as you all proceed to just kind of enjoy the night and enjoy how things are, like, being out of a swamp is amazing to you, as you definitely did not enjoy that experience at all. And finding a meal for the night, easy to be done. I mean, a simple gold is more than enough to like get you a fine meal for the night.
Very good.
Very nice.
And so, as you all do as you do, and you enjoy some of the Mardi Gras events for the night with the flashing, like the brightly colored lights gliding across the heavy fog that surrounds the city, people dancing in the streets and enjoying some night food. You cleaned yourselves up. You feel quite refreshed as the night starts to come to a close. Anything you all wish to do before you head to bed?
Dane's gonna try and chat to the bartender, see if there's any way to, without giving away that he's got a Hydra's head in his bag, kind of figure out if there's any way to like preserve something like that.
I gotcha. Let me see what we've got here.
I'm sorry, I've just been summoned. One moment.
You're all good. And as you all are kind of hanging out, finishing up your dinner for the night, as Dain begins to try and converse with Burra, the female innkeeper of the Misty Magpie. The night's starting to get late as a few people leave the exterior of the streets of Raven's Crest and move inside to enjoy finishing up their drinks. A few individuals come in and strike up some music as you all begin to hear some tavern music begin to play. That let me see here. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Hang on. What's going on with Chip?
What you talking about, Willis?
What's that? I might have to check Chip to see if maybe something's going wrong. Ah. It does appear to seem as if it's not wanting to work.
You can always just use Roll20.
Probably. Okay, well, I was hoping to use that, but let's see what we got in here. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. About this. Oh, that sounds like someone's about to explode.
Walking past him right now.
Oh, that'll work.
Yeah, the game room, pretty much the room where he has the TV where he's playing is like right next to the area where the desk is I'm using.
Yeah, that'll do too. All right. Sorry about the delay there. As you're all enjoying in the tavern. Danny, are you back yet?
Yes, I am back. Sorry, I was
So
acquiring new glasses.
Oh, nice. You look over to the tavern keeper, the female innkeeper named Burra, as you're kind of asking about that. And she's like, oh, well, no one this late at night would be able to help you out with that. I do imagine that there's perhaps a taxidermist that you'd probably be able to find in the marketplace.
Hey, I figured this late at night they'd all be either enjoying the festivities or heading to bed for the night.
Aye.
But I'll keep an eye out for a taxidermist down in the market tomorrow.
I would highly recommend it.
Thank you.
And as you all are kind of enjoying that there, one of the bards, as they continue playing their music, You suddenly like hear a more aggressive tone come in as you watch as someone else enters the tavern, and in their hands is a stringed instrument as they're violently playing it as if challenge to the one that's currently up at the up on the stage there. And so the two of them begin to kind of have an aggressive like bard off.
Is that a common thing happen?
Oh, certainly. You'll see lots of individuals and blowhards that'll come in and they're drunk off the asses from celebrating all night, and a few of them proceed to try and show who's the better of the musicians of sorts.
Really? That's a common thing here?
Well, you'd be surprised. I mean, it seems like a rather dull town in the daytime, of course, but at night, when things get so lively, all sorts of characters show up. As the music continues playing, there's something about that stringed instrument that is getting... you get a weird feeling of Deja Vu, Milo, as that stringed instrument is playing.
Milo's gonna wait for the song to finish, and then, as...
Mind you, they're both very drunk, so as this is happening, like, neither are very good.
Fair enough. As they end their song, and...
both of them as
their
they,
bot...
Yeah, both of them as they finish, they're kind of coming up to each other and kind of... I'm better than you. Are you kidding me? That there... I heard better swill from the cat outside.
There's just a tabaxi stood outside.
As the two are just kind of getting louder and louder, arguing, and a few of the patrons are just kind of looking at them grumpily, just like, get out, just take it outside already.
You know what? Fine. I'll challenge both of you to a bard off.
As the two of them look at you and go, what? And the rest of you, you look at Milo and you're like, what?
Huh? Well, I didn't know you could play an instrument.
Honestly, I don't think I can. I just want to see if I'm better than them.
Well, they should be good.
Well, good on you.
As Milo kind of just pounds the rest of his ale, walks up on stage.
As the two of them kind of look at you. You're so wee small. What the, are you even a bard?
Only one way to find
Size
out.
isn't everything.
The one with the stringed instrument kind of chuckles and looks at you. Here, I'd like to see this. As he kind of tosses you the viol.
Alright, fine. However, each of us write one song in 5 minutes. Whoever plays better wins. If I win, I keep this viol. If you win, I give you this. As Milo will hold up a bag of gold with 100 gold pieces.
Ooh, as they kind of look at it, they go, I'll take that deal. I ain't gonna have some nobody that isn't a bard show me up. I'll have you know, I went to college.
Dane's just gonna leave it to Talos. There's colleges for bards?
Apparently. Talos is like trying, like not to choke on his drink from hearing that.
You have 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
And
As
you
he
know
kinda
what,
goes
while
over
you're-
and-
When you're taking your 5 minutes to write your song, I'm gonna even fucking tune this viol, since clearly it's not fucking tuned! You've been playing like dog shit the entire night! As Milo will be casting Vicious Mockery on him.
Roll damage. As he very much fails a saving throw.
Oh wait, why...
Whoa.
Whoops, my bad.
There should not be big attack damage on that.
Just throws the viola at the back of his head.
As you say that, and he kind of grips his head and pukes, and then just kind of collapses, passing out. As the one that has the viol kind of looks up and goes, I knew he didn't have it in him. And he just kind of picks up his instrument. Here, I'll do something with this, as he starts to kind of grab a parchment and just scribble.
Milo's gonna go back to the table that he was sitting at originally and start viciously writing down a song in 5 minutes.
I'm gonna go up to the bar and get another drink. You guys want anything?
Yeah, give me a shot.
Yeah, I'll
Surprise me, don't care.
I'll take some mead.
Hey, you can do that, Dallen. You want anything?
Some tea.
Tea, I can do that. Gonna go up and order some drinks, a mystery shot, which I'll leave up to you, Tim.
Oh boy.
Yeah, ale for Talos, tea for Dallen, and another ale for me.
Let's see. What do I have?
You know, it's a port city, right? Why not a shot of rum?
Shot of rum it is. Hang on, where was the... No, that's not... Ah, there it is. That'd be annoying, that's not quite right.
Ow.
That's not right either. Ah, there we go. So who asked for that mystery shot?
That'd be me.
You get a shot that they refer to as the fast travel.
Oh no!
I don't like this already.
Got a little
Alright.
bit of rum in it, some vodka, gin, a little liqueur, pineapple and orange juice splashed in there with some grenadine. And there's a nice orange slice for garnish.
Very nice.
As you feel a strange sense of inspiration come up as like as you're writing, your hands almost move on their own as if through muscle memory, as if something within has been unlocked that has been kind of locked away for a long time. As the other one goes, I'm done, as he slams a sheet of paper down, and then, but now you listen to this here. I call this an original masterpiece. Behold as I play. As with a performance of 6, he goes, what do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor? And proceeds.
Talos is gonna be like grimacing very badly at that, like, oh, that is.
As it is very bad, and as he finishes up, playing his accordion, he gives a very exaggerated bow. Thank you. I knew you would all appreciate that. What do you got, Shorty?
What do I got?
Might not would have called him that.
Alright, very well. As Milo will then stand up, walk on stage, grab the viol from that one bard.
Who's passed out currently with puke all over him.
Understandable. And as Milo is about to start playing, he's going to cast Unearthly Chorus, so any charisma performance checks I make are with advantage. And then... I know this town is a port city, with the finest sailors of all the land. So I thought it would only be fitting to write a song about Dread Roger's downfall.
As everyone kind of leans in expectantly.
Oh, gather round me, hearties, lend an ear to what I say. A tale of Comet's company, who sailed into the fray. With courage in their hearts, and a ship so swift and true, they vowed to bring an end to a fearsome pirate crew. Yo-ho, a sailor's life for me. We fought the dreaded Rogers, and we set the ocean free. With cannons loud, a sword so bright, beneath the sky so blue, we battled on till victory, the pirates' end in view. 'Twas our captain who had led us, with a voice both strong and clear. He called us to our duty, and we answered without fear. First mate and boatswain, with powder, shot, and steel, we chased the black-sailed terror, our courage they did feel. Yo-ho, a sailor's life for me. We fought the dreaded Rogers, and we set the ocean free. With cannons loud, a sword so bright, beneath the sky so blue, we battled on till victory, the pirates' end in view. Through stormy seas and jagged rocks, we tracked their deadly wake. Our hearts were set on justice, for the lives those pirates take. At dawn we saw the black flag rise, and the skull and bones so grim. We knew the time had come to face and conquer him. Yo-ho, a sailor's life for me. We fought the dreaded Rogers, and we set the ocean free. With cannons loud, a sword so bright, beneath the sky so blue, we battled on till victory, the pirates' end in view. The cannons roared like thunder, and the battle it was fierce. But Dread Rogers met his match that day, our spirits would not pierce. With cutlass high, our dwarf so brave, he faced the pirate lord. And with a final mighty blow, he fell upon the sword. Yo-ho, a sailor's life for me. We fought the dreaded Rogers, and we set the ocean free. With cannons loud and swords so bright, beneath the sky so blue, we battled on till victory, the pirates' end in view. Now Dread Roger lies beneath the waves, his reign of terror is over. We sail on to new horizons, free men forevermore. So raise a glass and sing with me, a toast to those who fight for justice on the seven seas and freedom's guiding light. Yo-ho, a sailor's life for me. We fought the dreaded Rogers, and we set the ocean free. With cannons loud and swords so bright, beneath the sky so blue, we battled on till victory, the pirates' end in view. That's 31 for performance.
As a round of
Talos
applause.
is like, well done.
As everyone just cheers and like everyone gets a point of inspiration for that.
Hey!
Also, damn, that was good.
Thank you.
As your opponent just like his jaw dropped to the ground and goes, "That was pretty good. I think I forgot my loot in the other tavern." As he just stumbles out.
As he's starting to stumble out. Next time you do a bard off, make sure you actually know what the fuck you're doing! As Milo's also gonna cast Vicious Mockery again.
He just succeeds on that as he's too drunk. You watch as he just kind of shakes his head a little bit after you say that, is holding this this viol in your hand, Milo. Like it's a well-crafted viol. It's a little in tune, but it's got some nice inlay within it, a little bit of gold. It looks like it should be it's a lot fancier than what it normally would be. And as you kind of hold it in your hands, like you almost feel like as suddenly a rush of memories come back as you remember from a long time ago, long after, you picking something up something just like this as you return to your friends.
Well done.
Milo, I had no idea you had that in you.
Yeah, after going back to that cave, brought it back out in me. Don't know why, but it's back.
Hey, very nice.
Now listen, I know the song wasn't exactly on point, but considering the time constraints, also me not being there, and trying to keep the little bit of the rhyming, had to change a few things.
Well, it was a bloody well good song.
Hey, that it was.
Well, cheers to Comet's company then.
To Comet's company.
Hey, to Comet's company.
Good long swig.
Here, like feeling quite inspired for this, and Milo feeling as if you had regained something that you lost a long time ago. You all make your way into your rooms where you're able to rest for the night. All go to sleep for the night, and you all benefit from a long rest.
Very nice.
Milo has regained his memory of a time when he tried out and kind of became a bard.
Kind of became a bard. He's gonna be the best goddamn bard in the lands.
Like, the guy was the best. He was number one.
Alright, so you all wake up in the morning refreshed, ready to go. Milo having taken this mule and having it over his back as you all enjoy a nice breakfast as the day is now yours.
Well, let's see if we can find Hemlock and get that. See if we can get those bottles all checked out.
Hey.
Hopefully he hasn't wandered off.
He's wandered off with the hag's head, hasn't he?
I believe he has.
Bugger. Hey, I was gonna try and go find a taxidermist to get this the other one sorted out so it doesn't end up like Dread Rogers.
Oh yes, I remember. Ugh.
Hey.
A, like disgusted shiver.
Because I don't really know what the city would do with it, so, you know. I don't know, but I don't want it stinking up my bag.
Agreed. Let's go find him.
Hey, hopefully they're down the same area.
And so you all take off to the market.
Yeah.
And so as you make your way, the city is still a little bit on the foggy side, but as the sun is rising up to the sky, it's clearing out a little bit. As you see some people going about the larger marketplace, going about shopping and doing what they normally do. And are all 4 of you going out together, or some of you splitting up?
Milo's gonna circle back to them, but Milo's gonna stay in the tavern for a little bit longer.
Okay. And then Dallen?
Dallen will stay here with Milo.
Alright. So Milo and Dallen continue to just kind of hang out at the tavern. Talos and Dain, you make your way out to the marketplace.
Alright.
And you're kind of out there. Who wants to go first for what you're looking for?
I'll let Dan go.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, if anything, we should probably find Mr. Dolms first. Talos, let's. Where did you say we were gonna meet Hemlock?
I believe we said we were trying to meet him over. As I'm trying to find a magic shop. It should have probably told him to meet us here, but can't be other places where he could rest up at.
So as you think about a magic shop, go ahead and roll a perception check to see if you can find something.
22.
As you begin to look around, Dain, you're just there's so many taller people around, you can't get a good view of anything. Talos, as you're taking a look around, you do see what looks to be a shop off one of the edges of the marketplace that kind of has a sign as you're able to find and see a magic shop.
Let's try there, see if he might already be there.
And as you go towards there, you walk in to see a multitude of different magical items kind of placed here and there with what looks to be a bald head, golden eyes, rough white skin, young-looking half-elf wizard who's currently speaking with Hemlock.
Hemlock!
Here they are, as I was just saying. I told you they'd be on their way shortly. Good.
Greeting, good sir.
Hoping I wouldn't have to throw you out for lollygagging.
Apologies.
Certain halfling. Ugh.
Apologies. We had a bit of a delay, but anyway, we have the items that need to be checked out, and to help giving our friend back what was taken from him. And we faced off against a hag.
A hag, you say? No.
Yes, there's a couple of things that we need your expertise to see if we can decipher what they truly are, and to see if we can restore our friend back to what was taken from him.
Well, I'll see what I can do. I suppose you have to show me first. I will say there will of course be a cost for my services, which on my time is quite valuable.
Of course. Then I'm looking around to see if I can figure out where Milo is, because Milo, to Talos' knowledge, Milo was the one that had the bag, had the bottles.
What bottles?
Milo stayed behind at the tavern, as you remember.
Where is he? Dain, do you know where they are?
Well, I thought that Milo had them all.
go ahead and go back to them and get them from him. I have a few things I can show. I can have the wizard friend identify with me on my hand, but the things that we need, he has. Mind running to go get them.
You can do that. Oh, by the way, Hemlock, do you still have the item we got from the hag?
Oh, yes, of course. I was planning on once we are done here, trying to get it to the authorities to complete the job and have us get paid.
Hey, I was gonna.
Oh,
aye. I was gonna pop on down to a taxidermist to get one of the other items sorted. I don't want it stinking up my bag. I could possibly get the that one taxidermized as well.
Or at least put in a preserved so it doesn't, like maybe in a jar.
Hey, something like that.
Well, I suppose that we could go do that together.
But while that's going on, while my friend's off getting with the actual things we need, could you identify these? I pull out the couple of the items I got from the hag. Let's see. Let me pull up my list real quick.
As I assume Dain and Hemlock wander off to go look for a taxidermist.
Yes. Apologies again. We had a lot going. We had a lot happen, and especially after dealing with a hag, you can just imagine. Let's see. I pull out that scroll of detect fire, if that's actually what it is. The strange candle, the rope with a mouth, and the wand.
Sounds good. Let me pull up a thing here real quick to see. Check my notes.
Because, like, the scroll, even though it said detect fire, Talos was very skeptical on it.
Here we are. Alright. As he kind of cracks his knuckles a bit. You require these to be identified, yes?
Yes, please.
Very good. What would be first?
First, let's try I'm hoping might be a bit easier. The scroll here. It says detect fire on it, but obviously being an item from a hag's den, I'm a bit skeptical.
Oh, very good. As he kind of holds it and he begins to cast. By the way, this will be 50 gold to identify.
Oh, excellent. I go ahead and put that aside.
As he kind of is handing. He flashes. His eyes flash with some arcane magic as his hands go up, as he reads and then he pulls. The magic kind of fades away. He goes, He looks over at you, deadpan. This is a scroll of detect fire. When you cast it, you cast it by touch.
Okay. Well, I was. But how the tales with hags, how they may trick people into things that they might have. So.
Yes.
Better safe than sorry.
This would definitely be one of those. It's well, the fact that you have to cast it by touching in order to determine if there's a fire seems a bit oxymoron to me.
Yes. And then there's the candle here. That's fine, that's fine. There's a candle here. That I'm a bit concerned about.
Oh, okay. Another 50 gold.
The rune.
As he winds up his hands. This here appears to be what is determined as a black flame candle. This is quite curious.
What does that do?
Well, whomsoever lights it for the next 24 hours or so, essentially they will immediately become hostile to any nearby cat within 30 feet. And any children that they come across will immediately be afraid of them.
That's weird. I just like Talos is shaking his head. I'm like,
This appears
that's
to
so
be
weird.
a cursed object, sir.
Ooh. And then there's the wand here, which I have a feeling of. I might know. I actually used it quite earlier just to test it out, and it shot out a bolt of lightning.
Perhaps a
Like,
wand
I
of
actually-
thunderbolts?
What would you appraise something like this at?
Well, allow me to identify it first, and I'll be able to determine.
Very well. I put that like Talos isn't really like he at this point like he right now I have enough gold to carry up like.
And what do you think has magic, and then he looks up at you. Now, this here is something quite curious. What you have here seems to almost be a direct connection to the weave itself. This here is a wand of wild magic. Essentially,
Oh.
when you use this, one that is proficient in magic like myself could use this as a means of focusing our arcane power. But it seems that for the most part, this particular wand, while it could work as that, there is also a fairly high chance that it will draw directly from the weave, and well, it could cause any number of random effects. What exactly those effects are, I am not sure, but as you said, you tried it once before and you got lightning to come out of it. That is but one of the many different things that it could accomplish. Whatever
Wow.
it's hard for me to say, as I said, the weave can be quite unpredictable, and well, this could literally
Must
do
have-
about anything.
I must have gotten lucky then. And not backfire on me the first time.
Indeed.
Now, brace yourself. This last one is a bit of a stomach turner. I know it may look like a simple rope, but I kind of direct toward where the mouth is.
Ooh, this is quite curious.
I put down another 50 gold, just like so it can be identified as like. I'm not sure if it's a failed polymorph or what.
Well, let's find out. As he kind of waves his hand and casts it out again. Whoosh. Oh, well, this is such an interesting. What you have here is what is called the Hangman's Rope. It has a specific command word, and upon activating it, it will essentially come alive. It can be directed to complete basic tasks, such as you can have it turn into, say, a whip, a quarterstaff. You could, depending on what it's previously trained in, it could probably tie some knots on its own. But essentially, it's just a semi-sentient rope.
Oh. When you did your when you did what you did, or were you able to figure out what the command word was?
Yes, it is here, boy. And you watch as he says that, the rope springs up and begins to look around, and it kind of sidles up to you, just like sliding like a snake, and then looks up at you eagerly with the tip of its rope like wagging.
Oh, hello there. I'm gonna like kind of a little quietly. He's like, "Is it it's safe, correct?"
Oh, perfectly safe, depending on, well, so long as you are yourself friendly. I mean, after all, I imagine if you wanted to, it could perhaps attack or do something hostile to something. But as you can see now, it seems to almost, like, from what I could best determine, it almost has like a personality of a dog.
Well, you'll definitely be a very useful companion, won't you? And I kind of pick him up and kind of have it like, kind of like, what's the word to stop what he's doing?
Well, imagine, here, boy. And as he says that, it kind of goes lax again and turns, kind of goes back into a rope.
I will. I'm gonna coil it up and kind of hook it onto my belt like there. Well, that definitely solves at least part of the puzzle. Once my friends return with the vials of with the things that the few other things, especially those vials. One of the things we found at the hags were the vials filled with. They weren't potion. They were something essence. Like she took from him like some of his intelligence, some of what makes him him, and gave him, and in return gave him great strength. But
Curious.
I knew it was a bad. I was surprised he didn't think things through before making such a deal.
I'm afraid I myself don't know too much about hags. Never honestly quite heard of one other than an old man calling his woman a hag. I assume it's something quite nasty.
Yes, that nasty fey creatures that make bargains. Yes, they make bargains and deals, and generally aren't quite nasty things.
Certainly, if it was fey. Well, you asked for an estimate on that one there. Due to the more chaotic nature of it, I suppose I could offer you 1,000 gold for it.
Very well. That sounds reasonable. I would rather have it in someone more professional hands than my own.
Very well, as he kind of holds his hand out,
And I pass it over.
and he hands you 1,000 gold.
No, just have to wait for my companion. Once my companions arrive, we can get down to the true bottom of this. I'm gonna cast remove curse on the candle.
As you try to cast it and you focus, you feel that it's resisting it quite a bit. And I'll need you to roll me a spell check.
Alright, spell check.
Now, Talos can cast spells in his shop, but I can't.
Where is that?
Essentially, it'd be like whatever, like a d20 plus your like charisma.
Alright. My charisma is currently at... Dude. Oh gosh, no, it's...
So,
One sec, my screen froze.
This would be like a, like, basically like using your spell attack bonus. So it'd be a d20 plus 7.
Yeah, sorry, one sec, my screen froze.
You're good. Meanwhile, the wizard takes the wand, kind of swishes a little bit, and right next to you, Talos, a unicorn appears.
Whoa!
Good heavens!
Easy, boy!
When he's a little
Girl.
it looks very confused.
I'm trying to... I got an 11, by the way.
Yep, you got a 19 total, and as you focus...
Wait a minute, why does it say roll a D100? Wait, what? Wait, no, I'm looking at something... Wait.
You're fine.
No, a 19, there we go. I'm like, no wonder, my screen froze and it was still up on the older screen. I'm like, wait, what?
And as you focus down, you feel the resistance, and you kind of buckle down, and you feel a snap as the candle now suddenly feels inert, as if it's just a normal candle.
I'm looking now at the unicorn, like, okay.
Well, see, this is what I was talking about. I wanted to test it out myself because I was curious, and well, as you can see, there's a unicorn. I waved it randomly, and this is what happened.
Hello, unicorn. Apologies, that you're here.
It suddenly fades away into pixie dust. Oh.
That was weird.
It's interesting. So it's summoned for only a minute, as he writes down a note. I'll have to do some more experimenting with this wand here. Just good as he kind of mumbles a little bit to himself.
I'm gonna try to. Talos is gonna try to find a place to kind of like he's gonna take the candle, put it back in his bag, and he's gonna try to kind of just find a place to kind of sit and wait.
Sounds good. Meanwhile, Dain went out to go find Texter from Hemlock. What are Dallen and Milo doing?
Oh, I thought Dallen. I thought they went to go get the vials.
Yeah, we were going to head back to the tavern, and then afterwards, once we delivered the vials back, we were going to go for the taxidermist, or at least I was.
Gotcha. So, yeah. You go back to the tavern. Were you, Dallen or Milo, doing anything while, like, they were out there looking at the shop?
Yes. Milo's gonna walk up to the tavern keeper. And as everyone already knows what I'm about to ask, can I buy your tavern?
You want to buy the Misty Magpie?
Yes, I would like to.
Oh, that's quite odd. As she kind of sniffs in your direction. Oh, well, it doesn't smell like you've had anything to drink. Well, pray tell, why would you want to buy this place? After all, I mean, you don't seem like one that would like to run a tavern.
No, I don't want to run it, I just want to buy it. Keep everyone employed here, however, just reap the benefits of it.
Oh.
While also increasing your guys' pay.
Her eyebrow raises a little bit. Oh, well, I'll have to contact the current owner and have him brought in, and I imagine that they'll be able to perhaps strike a deal with you.
Sure, if you can bring him here by about evening, that'd be great.
See what I can do.
Very well, thank you.
And about this time, Hemlock and Dain walk into the door.
Gentlemen?
There you are.
You're up to your usual shenanigans with the taverns, Milo.
Dain, you know me so well.
Hey, this is only the, what, 6th one now?
Are we counting the train car too or not?
I don't know, to be honest. I've kind of lost count.
Actually, so did I. I'm trying to count real fast. Give me a second.
Yeah, you have the one, obviously, in Antiva. You have the one in Energercool. You have the one in Duskwood. And then, of
This
course,
would be 5.
you have the one in Port La Montagne. And then, of course, you do have the train car.
And the one on Dread Rogers Island.
You have the one on Lyle Outpost. So that would be
Yes.
6 total.
Oh,
If you're counting every single one, including the one on Lyle Outpost and the train car. Otherwise, it would
Yes.
be, if you're not counting those 2, that would be the 5th actual like a brick and mortar location.
yes.
The 5th brick and mortar location, if you manage to pull this one off, or it would be the 7th franchise total.
Very good, very good.
Well, Milo, we were just at a magic shop over yonder, and we were told that to go fetch you, as I believe you might have had some objects that need identifying.
Which magic shop?
Oh, it's one just off the corner there. It's run by quite a lovely half-elf.
Oh, that racist piece of shit?
Whoa, as he kind of holds it with his hands. Oh, I certainly did not get that sort of vibe off of them. Did you, Dick?
Yeah, I went into the shop the other day when we first came into town, and he raised his prices up way high. And the only way I can assume is because I was a halfling.
Oh my, well, I suppose that definitely does not seem very nice of them. It seemed quite lovely when we were doing business. I mean, it seemed as if Talos was having him identify certain items himself. I imagine he was getting quite a deal.
I guess he took to them a halfling then. I don't know. It seemed really odd to me too. Like you're a business owner. Wouldn't you want to be accepting of all of your customers, not just the ones that fit into your cookie cutter box?
Certainly. That makes sense. Well, then perhaps would you like to accompany us, and so we can perhaps see for ourselves and maybe clear up this. I'm sure it's more than likely a mix-up.
Yeah, I'm ready to head out now. My business here is done for now.
Very good. And Dallen, are you joining us?
Yeah, now you guys go ahead. I'm gonna be carving here.
As you all see, Dallen's currently carving a miniature figure of the Hydra. You can go ahead and give me a roll for that with carving. Dallen.
Yeah, sorry, I had to run over to my computer.
And then Dain, were we wanting to go to the taxidermist next, or do we want to accompany Milo here to the magic shop?
Probably head over to the probably head to the magic shop as a group, and then afterwards, once we know that Milo's not going to burn the place down, or that the owner of the shop isn't going to be bigoted towards him again, we can wander off to the taxidermist from there.
Very good. Anyone that looks over what Dallen's working on, he's got a nice body going, and about what looks like 5 parts of wood separated in what looks like almost twisting like stalks, as he has a good body going so far for a Hydra.
Very nice.
Could I flavor how he's making the heads?
Go for it.
For say, if I were to use like mend, if I were to make a cut and start trying to mend and kind of extend my finger outwards, would I be able to make extensions?
I would say so. You'd be able to kind of use mend for that, as long as it's no longer than like an inch.
Okay.
Because like for the way the mend works, basically you can mend anything that like is no longer than an inch.
Gotcha. Okay. So he'll try and, I guess he'll try and make the necks, and then if he can't get too long, he'll use mend to extend it.
Sounds good. And then Milo, Dain, tally out as Hemlock goes out to the tavern.
Well, let's have a wander.
So you two follow him out,
Very well.
Yeah.
then you head towards the magic shop.
Unfortunately.
As the 3 of you enter, you see Talos kind of sitting on a stool, kind of as he Talos, you see the 3 enter.
Oh, good. Good luck.
But my fire service is finally ready to be. You, as he looks at Milo.
Alice is very confused. I'm like,
Yeah, I could say the same about you as well.
I had no idea.
am I
you
missing
all
something?
were friends with such a hateful person.
Hateful? What the fuck are you talking about? I was came in here trying to buy.
Whoa! What's going on?
Here I was.
This racist piece of shit here.
Me. I was the one here trying to run my store to the best of my ability, and here you come in, new to my store, inquiring upon my services. Next thing I know, you're trying to cast magic, which of course I cannot simply allow, as whatever you were doing likely would have interfered with my business. And then you get all uppity and you walk out to my store and start shouting obscenities and whatnot to the crowd. Dropping my business considerably, by the way. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Maybe now you won't be such a racist piece of shit towards me.
I was not being racist at all. I'm afraid that if you all are friends of this person, I cannot conduct business with you any further.
Yeah, well, let's not be so hasty.
I'm afraid that your friend here has made it quite impossible.
You know, with a temper like that, I would assume either your father or your mother was a fucking ogre.
Milo.
As he kind
Talos is just like,
as he kind of knocks his head and goes back a little bit, and a little blood comes from his nose. How dare you, sir? My father was a glorious elven man, and my mother was a wonderful human.
alright, that's quite enough from everyone here. That's...
Hang on a sec. Let me check something real quick. And I dare say, sir, that I hope you see me in your nightmares. As I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw, Milo.
I've done this once before, I'll fucking do it again. I'm still alive and kicking. Go fuck yourself, sir.
As he says this, you watch, like, none of the rest of you see this, but Milo, you watch as his vision gets very black and smoky, and he turns, like, he has red eyes as he grows in size, and you are frightened of him as you take 30 points of psychic damage.
Oh shit.
As the rest of you hear him say, I would now ask that you leave my store, but Milo, you hear it as, you must leave my store. And you feel inclined to leave as quickly as you can, as you are scared of him.
Guys, I'm not allowing us to do business here. And with that, I shall leave.
As you watch as Milo quickly leaves. As
Talos is like, Sir, I sincerely apologize for whatever our companion has done.
Excuse me, why the fuck are you apologizing for me? He's the one that started all this!
after another 6 seconds, I need you to make me another wisdom saving throw, Milo.
Oh god. This is how I die.
As you almost see that the shadowy red-eyed force seems to chase you outside, saying, leave, perish! As you take another 28 points of psychic damage, as Talos and Dain, as you're talking, this elf is not focusing on you, as his eye seems to be twitching a little bit as he stares out the door. Seems to be focusing very hard.
Sir, I know this is your abode, but I would advise you to please leave him alone.
As his eyes twitches towards you, Dain, he's like, he did this.
Despite what any animosity that you two may have, leave him alone.
Are you
Please,
intimidated?
Fuck! Of course it's an at one.
Is it a persuasion or more of intimidation with that tone of voice?
I was gonna say that sounded more
And
like
me
an
t-
intimidation.
And with me trying to first also try to calm the situation, please,
Yeah.
like,
Talos would be a persuasion check, while Dain, that would be an intimidation.
Ignore that one then.
1 sec.
Soft
Let me-
20.
Let me do persuasion.
And then one more wisdom saving throw from you, Milo.
Oh god damn it. 14?
You just make it this time. As you do that, the shopkeeper looks at you and he sees your very angry dwarf face as he goes, ah! He's shocked a little bit, and the phantasmal killer that's above you, causing you mental anguish, Milo, suddenly dissipates as you kind of shake your head and break it off as the shopkeeper goes, terribly sorry, sir. I'm not quite sure what came over me there. Yes. Apologies.
Hopefully we could resolve this more peacefully.
I'd very much ask that he does not enter my store again. I'm not quite sure what I would do if he came in again. But I would say that he did cost me a lot of business, so you could see my anger is a little justified.
I can. However, it would do your business even worse if suddenly there was a halfling ended up dead on your doorstep.
Well, I imagine he'd be on your doorstep. I imagine he'd be running quite far away, and
But it would still, so as you said, whatever he might have said, people may imply it was your doing.
I don't quite know how. After all, as you saw, he just kind of ran out of here on his own.
Aye, with this being the last place that he was.
If quite, I mean, he could have happened upon something. In any case, I'm terribly sorry about my behaviour there. I'll try to conduct myself a little more dutifully.
Please.
Is there anything further I may be able to assist you with? Perhaps some things that you wish to buy?
Dain, do you think you can get those vials from Milo, please?
I
I think he'll be more inclined to listen to you than me.
So do you leave after Milo?
Yeah, I'm gonna head off to Milo.
Yeah. As you go outside, you see Milo sitting next to a tree with a lot of blood coming out of his nose and his ears as well, as he's kind of cleaning himself up a bit.
Christ, Milo. You alright? Well, I know you're not right now, but...
Huh? Oh, hi Dane, sorry. I can't hear shit right now.
Come here. I'm gonna use my
Milo,
lay on hand to give
Yeah,
him 70 hit points.
You have a pounding headache right now, Milo.
You said how much?
70.
I don't need that much, but alright.
It helps cure any lingering effects of it as well.
He lays his hand on you, and you feel 100% again.
Do appreciate that, Dane, thank you.
No problem. We've hopefully stopped the things between you two. Don't go in his shop again. Between
I
both
don't
him and
plan
you,
to.
I think you'd both burn the place down.
Wouldn't burn this place down. I would just find a way to buy it and kick him out.
Now that I can definitely see you doing. Just not at this moment. However, on to something a little bit more of a pressing matter. Do you have those vials just so we can get them sorted out and out the way?
Sure. However, either he does this for free or I go to the guards and press charges. If not free, at a very discounted rate.
I'll see what I can do.
Very well. Asmile will then pull out all the vials.
I'm just standing there with like an armful of vials, just like, Christ, Milo, how many did you take?
One, as Milo picks out one, was for Hemlock.
Well, I'll get that one sorted first. That way, if not say intelligence, that way we can get that one out the way and get him back up to full.
Very well.
Just pop it on the top.
As Milo kind of just sets it back on top.
Do I notice the mark that you put on it, or?
I mean, it's the only one that should be marked with on the cork, so.
Yeah.
Also, you just saw me put it on top, so.
Yeah, fair. So I guess I'll make note of the mark on the cork as well. Alright.
Yeah, Milo, if you hadn't succeeded in that, you would have, for a minute of concentration, every turn that you did not make the save, that would have been an additional 40-10 psychic damage.
Hmm.
Yeah, that could have ended pretty badly.
So you were set to die within like 2 or 3 turns if you kept failing.
Neat.
Or at least knocked unconscious.
Yeah, but even if I was unconscious, would he really have stopped?
Well, I mean, would have needed to be, like, with psychic damage, you kind of have to be awake for that, I believe.
Yeah, fair enough.
But I mean, you could have just been bleeding out from hemorrhages to your brain. So.
Yeah, as long as it's not a brain hemorrhage.
In case you don't remember, this was the same figure that kind of almost scared you way back when, just after that you did that thing with him.
Yeah, I know, that's why I said, oh, it was you that fucking did that.
Alright, so you head back in, Dain?
Yeah.
And he's kind of discussing with Hemlock. He's like, see, Mr. Domes here. I got this lovely wand here that just recently came into my possession. It would be a wonderful addition, especially if you're not quite formidable with magic. This will instantly make you more magical. A bargain at its price as well, of just a mere 50,000 gold.
Talos would be like looking at him like, "Are you serious right now?"
But this could be any wand. That wasn't necessarily the one that you gave me.
Like he just gives it like looking over like 50,000. Like he's more like 50,000 gold. Like that. Like that's the look he's giving. Like, are you kidding me? 50,000.
See, now he's price gouging.
Mr. Dwarf, sir, I see you've returned with quite a collection of vials and bottles there.
Hey, this was the hag's collection of all of her, well, ill-fated companions that came by her abode.
Don't say, as he kind of leans down a little bit and takes out like a singular magnifying glass, like monocle thing, and kind of peers a little closer. My, yes, this is certainly just absolutely bursting with arcane.
Hey, we had one of our other companions had a look at it, and he almost went slightly blind from it.
Ah, yes, that was me. I happened to get a little stronger for it, though. As the wizard kind of looks over and goes, interesting. And then he looks back at the bottles. Well, then I suppose I can work on identifying all of these. It'll be about 100 gold per to identify each one.
How many bubbles are there?
They roll here.
Oh, shoot.
20 bottles total.
Ooh. That's gonna be a lot of gold. Let's see. Let me see.
And of course, as always, no refunds.
One sec. You said 20 bottles?
Yes.
Ooh, it's gonna be a total about between all of us about 2,000 gold.
That is a hefty price tag for that. I wonder if we might come to some sort of compromise.
And he kind of looks at you, squints an eye a bit. What would you propose then? I must say that for friends of that halfling, I'm not quite inclined to do any deals or promotions.
Well, how about this? This one on top, and I'm gonna put the the one that is like marked on the top. Gonna put that on the desk. That one, and let's see, nine of the others, full price. The other half we do it 50 gold apiece.
Roll persuasion. And for this,
Hey, give me just 1 sec, guys. I'll be right back.
since you're doing it this way, I'll say we'll be straight instead of with disadvantage.
Of course, apart from the other one, this is the first persuasion roll I've done, and it's an 11.
Hey, Tim, quick question.
Yeah.
Before Dain moved in or back into the magic shop, could I give him bardic inspiration?
I'll allow it. Like, how would you have inspired him as he was going back in with your head throbbing?
Very carefully.
Well, play it out as we had, as you just put the bottle on the thing and Dane's
God.
about to head back.
All right, Dain. Now, either you're gonna get a discount, or I go to the guards. I believe in you to do this.
Hey, I shall try my best with that.
And as he says he believes in you, you feel strangely inspired by his words in a way that you haven't quite been inspired before. You're seeing a new side of Milo that is quite unusual.
Very
And
curious.
let's see, level 2.
Be like 1d4.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what bardic inspiration is. Okay, so it has to be within the next 10 minutes. The creature can wait till after it rolls a d20 before using. Once the bardic inspiration die is lost, it is lost. The creature can have one bardic inspiration at a time. So bardic inspiration die changes when you reach certain levels in this class. So the die becomes a d8 at 5th. Okay, so yeah, so it's at a, since you're only at 2nd level, then it will remain at this. That it will be
D6.
a d6. Yes. So Dain, you have a 1d6 that you can use to increase the number on your roll, if you so wish.
Alrighty. Hoping for a 6.
Well, I tried. I was not inspiring enough.
And
No, my rolls are also just shit.
to be fair, also you were suffering from a massive headache, and I think you did lose half your health there.
Not quite, but pretty damn close.
As he looks at you, looks at the 9. Well, I suppose I could offer you a buy one get one half off deal then. Yes, very well.
I appreciate it.
And he kind of cracks his knuckles a little bit and gets to work as he pours a lot of magic into identifying all these. It is a lot more than what he normally would be doing. Yes, this first one here appears to be an essence of intelligence. Seems to have come from someone incredibly witty and smart.
Yep, that's Hemlock's.
Good, as he kind of hands that off to you, as you have the essence of Hemlock.
Hemlock, this one's for you.
Oh, very nice. Yes, I remember this was that one that Milo had that I felt a strange connection to it.
You mean the one Milo said it was?
Yep. And so as he kind of goes through each individual one, he goes, yes, that's this here one in particular. This appears to be, well, it appears to be the soul of a lizard folk. This one here also appears to be a soul, another soul, as he kind of goes through 9 bottles total that are souls. Quite interesting that it's this captured in here. I'm not quite sure what you could do with these souls. After all, honestly, I'm not sure exactly who they might have belonged to or whether or not they're living still. But I imagine if you come across any demons, that this could be quite the nice currency, a bartering chip.
Possibly.
I could even perhaps buy these off you if you so wish.
I think we'll keep hold of them for now, just as an in case.
Very good, very good. Now for the rest of these here, as he goes through the next 10. Check my notes here real quick. It appears that the rest of these seem to be a mixture of different essences, but essentially they seem to be disconnected from anything in particular. I imagine that if you were to say pop one open, you might be able to do something fantastic. What exactly that is, I'm not sure. But
Do you have any?
It seems to be like a connection to the weave itself, I'd say.
Hey. Are they? Do you know if? I have a feeling if they're more of the good nature or not so much.
Each one is, of course, very unique and different on its own. It's hard to determine, especially with the swells of the weave within. I dare say that you wouldn't know what would happen until you pop these open.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Basically, gambling, basically.
In a way, you'd be doing a magical gamble, I'd say. Simply pop it
And
open, and who knows what could happen.
And I'm guessing as well, there's no real way to tell if they're permanent or temporary either.
No, I'm afraid not. Although when it comes to the weave, it could be either or. I once had an individual have a magic go awry, and they became blue for the rest of their days. Literally blue, like their skin turned blue and everything, and they were an elf. It was quite odd to see.
Did he have a blue house at the end of the day?
No, but his Miga was certainly blue. Although I did hear that he managed to make a lot more friends with the sea elves.
Oh,
So you have 9 vials of souls, essentially, and 10 vials of wild magic.
I'll pop them in my bag of holding.
And of course, 1 vial of essence of hemlock. And so that was 10 of them for 100 gold, so that's 1,000, and then 10 more for 50, so that'd be 500 gold, so 1,500 gold total.
Hey, deal's a deal. I'm gonna pass over the gold.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I must say I'm feeling quite spent. Your requests have spent me quite a bit on magic. I had to break out a few scrolls, but nevertheless, I do greatly appreciate your business. It certainly makes up for a lot that I lost due to that friend of yours as he glares out the door.
Milo noticed him glaring at him.
You're not in view, but you feel a little, you kind of sneeze a little bit as you feel someone talking about you.
Shame.
Is there anything else I could do for you, gentlemen? Perhaps you're seeking to spend a little more of your gold, perhaps pick up a new magical item or artifact. I have quite a few things here for display.
I think I'm good on my end right now. Talos?
sorry, I got pulled away. What?
Did we need anything else in the shop?
Not unless you need potions or something.
I'm
not
not
for the-
really one that carries potions. I mostly carry just scrolls and other magical trinkets.
I think we're good.
Oh, very well. Thank you for your business. Terribly sorry again for my outburst earlier. And please make sure that your friend never enters my shop ever again. Thank you.
Hey, I think we can manage that.
Gonna give a slight nod and walk out.
So you walk out to see Milo. You just kind of chilling underneath the tree, taking it easy.
Yeah, Milo's trying to cure his headache that he can't tell if it was either from the drinking last night or from this guy.
You see Hemlock has that marked bottle in his hand.
Go on, Hemlock.
Well, what do I do? Do I just pop it open and stuff it in my mouth?
I believe he said
Well,
just
are
to
we
pop
sure
it
it's
open.
yours?
He determined that it was, so...
Oh, really?
Well, I suppose here I go then, as he pops it open near his mouth, and you watch as the essence kind of goes up, and he goes, oh my, as he goes up his nose and mouth. As he just kind of stops and stands there for a moment. As he kind of bends over and out from his nose splatters on the ground a nasty little worm thing. Oh, good lord. As his muscles begin to kind of shrink down a little bit. Oh, good heavens. As the kind of worm thing like swiggles around a little bit and starts to just kind of squirm away towards some dirt.
Milo take it out a dagger and just kind of chuck it at the worm.
Oh, you're attacking the worm?
Yes.
From range?
Yes.
As you begin to reach for your dagger, all of you watch horrifyingly as Milo's left arm transforms suddenly. As it's not very, it's a little stinging at first because your skin rips apart and your bones kind of collapse in on itself, Milo. As, let me get the full description here.
Not what I was expecting, but alright.
Your new ability.
Oh.
You've activated his trap card.
That activates the first time that you decide you want to do a ranged attack. Here it is. So 2d6. Okay, so your max health goes down by 3 while this is out right now.
Okay.
And you all watch as his left arm explodes outwards, rearranging its muscle and bone and sinew into what appears to be a bow. As he's now got his hand turns into a bow, basically. And from the two notches there, there appears to be sinew that is fletched in a way that appears to be like a string. And yeah, what do you do now as you suddenly have a bow for an arm?
I guess I'm gonna use my fucking bow arm and try to attack this fucking worm.
Yep, as you're like, you reach towards it and you pull on the string. You watch as a bit of cartilage exudes from your arm and forms an arrow on this bow.
All right.
That's unsettling.
How the fuck do you think I feel?
And
Probably very creeped out.
here, let me add this to your. Let's see. Let me add this to your inventory, Milo.
Well, at least now I will never be unarmed.
Alright, so, for the purposes of this, you are proficient because it is your arm, and the stats of it are a longbow +2.
Okay.
So I've added that into your inventory. So go ahead and roll that longbow +2. And that definitely hits. Go ahead and roll that damage.
And can I use my flaming arrows with this?
No, because this is specifically a bone arrow.
Okay, fair enough.
And you watch as he pulls it back, and his muscles flex from his arm as the arrow flies at the worm. Just as it's about to reach the soil, it splits in half as it wriggles. and then shrivels up.
That was interesting.
I think unsettling is the word you're looking for.
And without having anything else to hit, you watch as your arm rearranges itself back into a normal arm. And as you kind of flex your hand, like, it seems to be normal, except you have hairline cracks where your skin reconnects.
Is my health at max again, or is it still minus?
Yes.
Okay.
So every time that you use this, you need to roll 2d6, and your max health will drop by that much, so long as you use this particular kind of weapon. As I'll need to adjust it fully, so let me see. It's called Bow of Sinew.
Well, now that that's over with, what'd you find out about the rest of those vials?
Well, some of them have souls in them. And others are, like, basically, the most basic definition here is of bottles of wild magic.
Hey, it was... Continue, Talos.
And basically, it's like, could be anything that could happen.
Well, my arm already fucking turned into a bow. Why not just pop one of those open right now? Am I right?
Which, now that you know what it does, you are able to summon that at will. Oh, I misread a thing. Oh, so, okay, so yeah, you can undergo the transformation at will, and you will only regain the max hit points at the end of a long rest.
Oh,
So you're still
Okay.
minus 3 max health until you finish a long rest.
okay.
Let me add that into the notes here. You basically have a cursed hag weapon on in your arm now.
Neat.
Well, it's definitely interesting and rather creepy, I'll say that.
Yeah.
I think unsettling is the word you're looking for.
I'm not quite sure if I saw everything right. I had a little woozy after regaining my intelligence and some of my memory here. Was I seeing things, or did your arm turn into a bow and then you just shot some of your body at that worm?
Yes.
Ah,
Apparently that happened.
I would ask how, but frankly, I'm feeling too nauseous to.
At this point, I don't know, nor do I really want to know.
Well, shall we go to the guard and turn in our heads? You want to
yes.
go get it preserved? No.
Hey, we should probably do that.
Yes. What a horrifying experience. At least I'm back to the way I was before, but unfortunately, he kind of flexes his arm a little bit. I'm no longer as strong as I was before. I suppose I could only have one or the other.
That's unfortunate. But at least with strength, you can definitely get that back over time.
Yes, I'll have to train for it, I suppose. As they say, there's no shortcuts in life.
I mean, you are on vacation. You have plenty of time to relax and maybe lift a few weights.
Yeah, too true. Too true.
Yes, and I'm certain that the new training ground with the guards over there They'll most likely allow you, especially if you mention us. Me and Dallen help finance the new training equipment.
Oh, certainly. I'll be sure to take a look at that before I leave the city. Once I get back to my normal life. I believe you said you were looking for a taxidermist, right, Dain?
Hey, that I was. I don't know if they're going to do anything with this Hydra's head, and the last time we turned in a bounty, they were, well, wasn't exactly in the greatest condition when we got back to port.
Well, I'm not quite sure how long it had been since you turned in that other head, but this one is still seemingly relatively fresh.
Yeah.
I imagine we should be able to do something with it, although I suppose as he kind of takes his nose up to the air and sniffs. Ah, yes, I do believe I smell some particularly unique chemicals that they use to preserve things. Over in this direction. Could either be a leatherworking place, or it could be our taxidermist. Shall we roll the dice and see which one? Huh?
Hey, let's go have a look.
There we go. As he heads on over.
Definitely got his deduction skills back.
Hey, that you did.
He seems to have returned back to his former self, thanks to you guys.
Huzzah.
And so, as you all kind of follow him, you do indeed find a unique shop, kind of off the marketplace a bit, where it is a taxidermist. Upon taking a look at the heads, he'll take a look at the hag's head. He goes, yeah. So, I don't really do humanoids, do you? You said this was some kind of magical creature?
Yes, I have.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think maybe pickling it maybe in a jar of some kind with?
Yeah,
I think I've heard.
Yeah, I do have something like that. As he kind of goes over to a large jar and whizzes it over with some foul-smelling liquid inside. If you put it here, this here will that'll keep it from rotting any further, dude. But I'll let you do that, man. I don't want to be cursed or anything by touching that, bruh.
Very well. Okay, that's rank. Like the smell of the chemicals.
Formaldehyde, if any of you have ever smelled it.
Oh
Yeah,
god.
It's like, oh, that's rank. How much will that cost?
Yeah, I mean, it's just the cost of materials, man. I'll charge you only 25 gold for it.
I give it to him and then just kind of like let's get this over with. Look on my face.
Plop the head in. Give me a dexterity check while you when you put the head in.
Okay.
All those are just Talos.
Whoever's putting the head in the jar.
Just a check or
Yeah, just a dexterity check. As you put the head in, it splashes and you get formaldehyde all over your hand. Ooh, oh, you might want to.
I'm like holding my hand out like it's like acid, like.
Well, that won't quite hurt you, dude, but I will say your hand's gonna reek for days.
Is there any way to get it off?
You can wash it in water, but that smell ain't gonna leave you for days, lad. Sorry.
Like maybe soap or something?
You could try. Everything I've tried has never worked. As he kind of holds both of his hands up, and he's got that permanent formaldehyde hand smell.
Oh God.
Sorry, dude. He kind of puts the lid on the jar, and hands it over to you.
We'll find a perfume shop or something.
As for this, it could take me a few hours, maybe a day or two, but yeah. This is rather gnarly, man. I mean, what even is this?
Well,
Hey, that is a Hydra, or at least part of a Hydra.
Whoa. I have no idea what that is, as he looks at you straight face.
Big thing, multiple heads. You cut the heads off, and it's they grow back.
Grow back? As he kind of looks back at it. What's that? This thing ain't gonna grow a body and attack me, is it?
No. The heads grow back from the body unless you're able to cauterize them using something like fire or something with heat.
Yeah, man. I'll see what I can do here. Never had a job like this before. Well, for a special case like this, man, I mean, I'll quote you about 333 gold.
Hey, I can do that.
Sweet. Give me at least a day, and then if you want to check back with me, I might have it done. I don't know. I'll have to see if how this thing reacts to my tools and stuff.
I mean, I would hope it wouldn't react that much since it's dead.
How do you think so, man? But like, sometimes flesh, sometimes it might shrink up on you, sometimes it might expand, but sometimes it's a real trip.
Yeah.
Alright, guys, is it just me, or does this guy sound like Dallen after he has some of his medicinal herb?
You're not wrong.
I don't know what you're saying, man. In any case, give me a day and I'll see what I can do with his head.
Hey, sounds good.
So you pay him 333 gold, and he takes your Hydra head and begins to work on it.
Very nice.
And you have a hag's head in a bottle.
Talos is kind of just like looking at the hand that got splashed and is like,
It'll never be the same again.
You look at it,
it's like-
has dried off of it, but it has a permeating scent of formaldehyde now.
Talos is actually looking to see if there's any place that looks like they might sell like perfumes or something like that.
Investigation check.
Investigation.
Ooh, not
Oh.
20.
Talos is like, please, anything.
As you look around the marketplace, you see multiple stalls here and there, and you go to each one of them, and you do find multiple that are selling like perfumes from all across the globe. You see some fancy ones, some poor ones. Like there are different kind of perfumes from all over, different smells, and it can give one a headache. But each time, like you kind of go over to one, like each of the shopkeepers kind of give one whiff you and go, oh, good heavens.
Apologies.
Gods!
Apologies. The damned amount. I point back at the shop that has like the for the taxidermy. It's like that chemical splashed me. I'm talking on my thing.
Is there actually anything that get rid of the smell from hide?
Can I chop the hand off?
I need that.
Well, you guys keep talking about this Namfoodle and how great he was. I'm sure we could get him a prosthetic or something.
But I like my hand.
Not right now, you don't.
I may not like the smell, but I like my hand.
Apparently baking soda can get rid of it, or at least rid of the smell.
Yeah, a combination of baking soda, vinegar,
Fresh air.
Eventually, for like you'd have to be thorough for like it says here for 3 to 5 minutes.
Like, I'm doubtful Talos would know any of this though. So.
And so yeah, I mean, it's not something you've ever used, and none of the rest of them have ever like come into contact with this, and so. You do get a few that give you some of their strong, hand over some of their strongest smelling perfumes. and yeah, you basically have your pick of the bunch, but essentially, for the cheapest one that is very strong, it'd be about 93 gold.
Let's say, yeah, Talos is just gonna go ahead and do that because it's like, you know what, any port in a storm at this point.
Alright, so you give 93 gold, and you have an incredibly strong smelling perfume. Let me see. Roll for that. Okay. Let me... Alright. So, as you get this small bottle of perfume, you kind of pop it open and you kind of put a little bit on your hand, and immediately, for the first 5 minutes, the scent appears to mix horrifically with the formaldehyde, but then it almost seems to overpower the formaldehyde as you get a bit of a lychee smelling scent for a minute. And then as that lychee fades, there's a little bit of a rose smell that starts to come in. Eventually, though, you go on a trip with this sort of fragrance, as that rose suddenly gives way to a dank swimming hole scent, eventually giving way to a caramel scent.
Talos is very
And it finally ends up after a little bit smelling of ambrosion, and it's a very strong ambrosion. As you take a look at the bottle, and it's called Ode Satin Mood.
At least it worked.
Every time you have to scratch your nose or something, and you get that hand too close, you almost cough from how overwhelming that scent is. It is thick.
It's like even the little drop of it is enough to be like, ooh. Mm-hmm. The good thing it's on my left hand. So.
I feel as if you try to use up this entire bottle, it would probably take a long time.
Yeah. Well, hopefully that should last enough until the actual nastiness goes away. Let's no time like the present. We should go and report to the guards and.
So you take
Should be the captain.
And so you head to the captain of the city guard with Hemlock, and Hemlock, as he greets him, "Good day, Captain. Sir, I have a full account of the case of what occurred with the poor gentleman that was murdered by the auction house." And you all sit through several long hours as Hemlock goes into excruciating detail everything that occurred. Although those that didn't fall asleep would note that he seemed to almost change a few details in particular, similar to how he seemed to forego mentioning the orcs entirely and saying that they were shadow figures summoned by a hag in the woods, and then presenting the hag head. And here, of course, is the culprit. She seemingly sought to kill the individual, steal their soul as well as the armor, and then use that said armor to draw in unsuspecting individuals and adventurers in order to steal their souls. Must say, she was quite a dreadful lady. Oh, shy. That's quite a tale. Ah, I wouldn't believe it if you did bring in this ugly specimen here. He just kind of pokes the glass a little bit. Dook, dook, dook.
Yes,
What's that
Sure.
smell? It smells like shite.
it's
Oh, that'd probably be
something-
him. As I kind of pointed towards Talos.
It's most likely the chemicals. It's something you some type of whatever the taxidermist uses. Like, I hold up the bottle of perfume. It's like I had to put a bit of this on my hand, and a little bit of it splashed when it splashed on me.
What's that?
Is
that smell on your hand? Good Lord,
Don't no.
Nothing's
It's like-
stronger
it's
than the bottle, the jar.
Yes, I had to find something to cover it up because apparently he says it doesn't. The smell doesn't go away for 4 days, so I had to find something different.
Ugh.
And this and those at the market said that this would be the best
I don't know
perfume.
I don't know about the best, mate, but that's certainly like stronger than the smell that I get off this jar.
Like Talos, you can tell, like everyone probably tell Talos is not happy, but just having to deal with it at this point.
Ugh. Well, Hemlock, good job on that then. We have the reward from the family here. We'll be sure to inform them. Again, as they requested, no attempt to revive the body or anything of the sort, as they wish to deal with it internally, I guess. I suppose that they mentioned something about an estate and whatnot. That's not city guard business. But the case is solved. Excellent work, Dolmes. Ah, yes, thank you. As he takes the bag of gold and puts it under his coat. A pleasure as always, Captain. If you don't mind, I shall return to my vacation. Hope that perhaps nothing quite so exciting occurs for some time. Haha. Cheerio! As he walks out of the captain's quarters with you.
Films, I know it's none of my business, but how much did you get paid for that?
Well, it seemed to be a bit of a small stipend from the family. Let me kind of see here. Then he kind of goes through it a bit. And he kind of stops for a second and looks up at you all. Now remember, the agreement was that split payment. You all get to keep what you know what, as he kind of winks at you, Dain. As I did mention in the story that the armor was supposedly lost, as you recall. So that part has been generously donated to you, while I, of course, take the rest of the gold for the winnings.
No, I understand that. It's just more out of curiosity than anything.
Well, let's see here, as he kind of counts it out. Well, there's a lot of platinum here, I must say, although I'd wager that in total this probably... Let's see here, as he kind of counts through a little bit. Just getting a rough estimate here.
Once again, you don't need to tell me if you don't want to, there, Hemlock.
And then his eyes kind of widen a little bit as he goes, "Oh, my. Well, I suppose they must have been quite rich. Must explain why they did not prefer for him to be returned to life, as they say." As he kind of leans down a little bit and goes, "There's about 5,000 platinum in here."
Very nice.
What is a lot?
Indeed. But I must say, very well earned for what all we had to go through to get it. From killing that hag and whatnot, and I must say, I do thank you, gentlemen. This has been quite a nice stipend for my vacation fund.
After that, it sounds like you need to extend your vacation a little bit.
I do say you're most right, Mr. Highhill. I don't think, if you'll have it, I extend my friendship to you lot. You all have been quite very dear to me in this endeavor, and, well, I dare say that, well, I might have not survived this on my own. As, capable as I am. Haha. I dare say,
Gladly accept.
whereupon do you, keep your residence? I would sure like to write from time to time.
We currently have a residency out at a place called Starfall Citadel, out by Port La Montagne.
Starfall Citadel, Port Montaigne, as he kind of taps his head. Got it. I'll be sure to write from time to time, let you know of any other adventures that I be having, and of course, I imagine you might have a way of reaching me if you were ever to need my services again.
I don't know how, but I'm sure we'll figure out something.
I believe your friend Mr. Dallen had something that relating to that. I saw him use it to contact people.
Yes, never mind. I remember now.
With my full wits about me, nothing gets by these eyes, as he gives you a wink. Now then, I dare say that you all have quite the journey ahead of you. He said that you were heading back through the swamp northward to Lancaster, no?
Yes, probably gonna stick around for a couple of days before we head off there, though.
Very well, we might come across each other on the streets then. But I am off to go grab myself a drink as well as outfit myself up a little more. It's been a pleasure, gentlemen. Be sure to give Dallen my best, won't you?
Hey,
I tell you will.
Cheerio, gents. Until next time, as he gives you a salute and wanders off into the city.
What an interesting fellow. At least we definitely got the armor back for you, Dain.
Hey, that I am very happy about, and much appreciative to you gents as well. To be honest, at this point, I don't think I could done it without you.
Come on, Dane, don't get soft on us now.
Hey, I can have a little bit of soft every now and again.
It's the strength that we'll need to face whatever comes for us. Remember, we were brought forth to this time for a purpose now.
Hey, that we are.
Kind of hard to say you have a purpose when you have no idea what the fuck we were looking for is.
I have no idea either.
Bahamut explained to me that he brought me forth to find you lot. Champions to face off against a grave threat to the world. Time when I was sent, almost right when he sent me out. If I would have gone, apparently I would have died. But Bahamut deemed it that was not to be.
Anyways, don't we have a certain gnome to go visit?
That we do. That we do.
Hey, we do. We also need to tell him about our lovely investment in this product.
Oh yeah. Keep forgetting that he was the one to make that.
Hey, and we also gotta check as well to see if, well, because he does also have the schematics and such for what's it? The weapons and such. But let's go find Dallen. We'll go find Namfoodle.
That we shall.
And so, as you head back to the tavern to go retrieve Dallen, with the thoughts in your mind to seek out Namfoodle and his fantastical tinkering mind before heading back through the swamp northward. head to Lancaster by means through a mysterious shadowy passage that Milo seems fixated upon. That is where we're going to end our episode today.
Woo!
As you all prepare yourself for the long journey onward. You all gain 1,000 experience for some combat as well as role-playing, as I will go and wrap up real quick. As our heroes prepare themselves for the next stage of their journey, what new dangers await them? Where will they go next, and what will they find once they get there? Find out on the next exciting episode of The Adventures in Dundras.